Yeah, all right.
Sir, we're going to give us the money like you did Madam Jones. There he is, Murphy. He was trying to gaslight her at first. And then he changed his mind and gave Madam Jones her money. I mean, he already got her money, but he going to make her cry. There he is, take a picture of third word.
Quincy.
Yeah, Quincy Murphy. This is Larry Old Jones. You jumped on Murphy. What's let her talk?
Make sure y'all read it.
The time is now 5:10, and I hereby call this Finance Committee of the Flint City Council to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett? We have 8 members present.
There are 8 members present. Is there any requests for agenda changes?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I would like to add, is it involved dads at the end of the resolutions?
That is
To discuss,
a special order.
no, not a special order, but discuss funding for them. They apply for ARPA dollars. But I just want to discuss funding because we may need to get it from somewhere else.
Then let's put it as a special order, and I'll order it without objection.
Point of order.
What's your?
I didn't hear what he said.
He would like to add an item to discuss involve Dad's application for ARPA money. So I've ordered that at the end of the agenda as a special order. Can we limit discussion on that?
Yes.
How long?
10 minutes?
10 minute,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I would ask for maybe a little longer than 10 minutes, because if we're going to speak on it, I want to be able to speak as well.
How long would you like? Would you like 2 rounds per our normal procedure, 5 minutes and 3 minutes?
Let's set it there. Yes, please.
Okay, so that's what it will be. It'll be 2 rounds, 1 with 5 and 1 with 3. Any other changes? Hearing none, it's now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council must register before the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes to discuss any topic. Please note, at 3 minutes, you will be cut off. Thank you. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, City Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell, and I want to, for the record, address the situation about the mayor downstairs last week. Monday, when I walked in the building, he was standing in the lobby, and the camera lady said, "Do you mind if you can say a few words with the mayor when I can get this on?" I said, "No." And then I was talking to the mayor. Well, he said, "Where?" I walked up to him. He said, "Where my $2?" I said, "Man, where the water money at?" And then she was filming that stuff, and the people's in the. They said, "Mitchell," they were trying to get my attention. They said, I told him to shut up while I'm talking to the mayor. And then he said, "I'll give you the garbage can for free, sir." But I said, "The garbage can, you just like a Martin Luther King when they killed him, man. You just, and then they said, "Mitchell, come here." I said, "Wait." Then they say, "They trying to get you arrested, sir." That's what they trying to, like the So but anyway, Tuesday, I decided to take a nap and think about what I was saying to the mayor. And then I heard something. I thought the little pygmies were breaking in my house in broad daylight. It was I went outside. He was passing them garbage cans out, and I said, "Wow." But he left before I looked at him real good. I thought he gonna leave the stimulus money. He was trying to pass the stimulus money out again. Everybody got their stimulus money except me, over $10,000, and I figured it's going to be another cash cow over to Odyssey House, because they got about 200, 500 people sleeping there. All of them are going to get a garbage can, and they ain't have enough room to put all them garbage. And they're going to somebody going to make a hardware like my councilman Murphy with that lawnmower. Then you'll make it with them big old garbage can. And I decided to sit on the porch all that night, and about 20 coons and skunks came on while I was sitting there. Even the animals thought it was a drunken joke. I mean, because I ran out of garbage bag, I was finna put the garbage in the big, then I said, the animals sat there on the porch and looked at me like, "What's up with you?" For real. Last night did the same thing, but anyway, I'm saying, hey, Mr. President, to the little dude downstairs, because he's a joker now, he look like him. Give me my money. I ain't got my last year money yet. Them got giving up. Won't you give the people some houses where they have their babies still? You can do that. Just like you easy gave them garbage cans to people. And all that drunk. Then everybody act like we ain't got no money in Flint. And then Donald Trump come and walk around in Flint like he ain't done nothing to do. And everybody act like y'all. Anyway, Tanya, where we gonna be at tonight? Okay, cool. Let's keep it on down low. Okay, that's it. Stay tuned.
Next public speaker, please. Please be respectful of the people speaking so that we can hear. We hear a lot of noise outside in the public.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? Let me say something to all of these young ladies and gentlemen that's out in the audience. Eric Mays is very proud of y'all. What he always wanted is what he see now, is y'all standing up and speaking for yourselves. And I appreciate y'all. And I stand with y'all also. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hasselbring is operating very well now. Please don't interfere and mess that up. Keep everybody in place that's in place. Get y'all agreement of whatever y'all gonna do, and let's keep this center rolling. That's all I gotta say. Thank y'all very much and have a very nice day.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gwendolyn Wofford.
Hello, my name is Gwendolyn Wofford, and I'm here for two things. Basically, I don't like the way y'all treating Hasselbring. We're seniors. You're supposed to respect your seniors and do special things for them. That center hasn't ran right. It's been running right. Our books are tallied. Everything is running right over there. I've been over there when the books didn't tally up. We have programs over there for our seniors. I don't know who wants that property, but somebody wants that property. They want us out of there. That's ours. Y'all need to take care of us. You're supposed to represent the people. Seem like people are representing themselves and taking care of themselves and not us, the seniors. Like I said, we have excellent programs over there. Most seniors need to exercise, know how to eat right, know how to deal with meditation, the pool room, the playing cards, interacting with one another. They need those things in order to function every day. Because if they're at home and nobody to communicate with, they going somewhere else. Basically, what we want you to do is do what's right for the center. You know they haven't been doing what's right for the center, been dogging them out. Miss Beverly is an excellent director over there. She is excellent. She works for the people. She works for the people. She has a passion, and it bounces off of her to all of us. And all we just ask is stop messing with us over there and do what you can to make sure our lights stay on, that we pay that $1 that we need to pay, and whatever needs to be taken care of over there, communicate with the people over there and ask the people what do they want over there instead of coming in, putting things over there that's not what the people want. I know when I call somebody to do something for me at my house, I'm at least taking 3 estimates on whatever. And when I take those 3 estimates, I pick out of that area. You know, share with her what you guys pick. Somebody pick somebody to come and do things, and then they come over here and half do things. You know, we want things done right for us. So leave the center alone. If you do something, just lift us up, lift Miss Beverly up, lift all us up, that we can live better lives over there. I have another thing that don't even do with the center. I stay over on Roseline, and it's a school up there on Cloverline. Everybody runs the stop sign. Everybody runs the stop sign. Y'all had cameras out here in front of the City Hall taking pictures, giving people tickets. Why don't you put some cameras up there and take pictures of all them people running those stop signs in that school area? If we ever need you, we need you now. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lottie Durrett.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm here to speak about the speeding on Home Street first. I see we getting speed bumps in our neighborhood, but home should be a #1 priority. We have at least 3 police chase me every other month or so going down that street. If you go down that street any time of day, they drag racing and speeding. They don't obey stop signs. Our ward is like one of the most violent wards in this city right now. It really, really is. And if you add a speed bump in the areas where they're getting away at, maybe it could deter, and a few more street lights, maybe it can deter some crime. But it's by it being so dark over there, like we live in the backwoods somewhere, they can get in and get out because they can hide in dark places. You know, you find trouble in dark places. And a senior place, I've been living over there since 1989. And it's sad to say that these seniors have to sit here and fight for a place for them to keep so they can belong somewhere. They don't bother us. They got one place that they can go and feel safe and secure and talk to each other in that neighborhood and the little areas around, and y'all want to come in and take over. We know y'all not going to close it, let's just be honest, but we know y'all want to take over and take advantage of what they fought so hard to keep when nobody else wanted it. When everybody else thought that building was no good and locked it down, they found a way to get it open and run it. You can't get revenue out of everything. You cannot have all the money. You can't have it all. I mean, Jesus, leave some for somebody else. It's not right. And y'all got to remember this. This is the voting population. I don't care how cool you is with such and such and such and such. These are the people that make them polls pop every time. If they don't make it to a poll, that vote is going in that mail. My age group, 35 to 40 something, not so good. 18, 19, 20, not so good. But these people here, they like the union. Once you cross them, you done did wrong. So I'm telling y'all, I'm standing strong with my seniors, and y'all fight for that place. I'd rather see it go down before I see somebody else with it.
The next speaker is Jatheen Brandon Ross.
To God be the glory. So that keeps me acting right now, and I am going to do that. There was some misinformation sent out from the city about the lease, and then they told me Hasselbring didn't reject the lease, but they signed the lease. The city wants to micromanage the center's rental and take portion of that. Then they told me how I think Brenner Center pays, Mott paid $1 for 10 years, and Brenner Center pays $1. I don't think we complain too much about having to pay the dollar. It's just the principle of everything. The mayor put out an RFP to bid the center out without communicating with the center. Now that's what I really was upset about. There is no way, and I like to thank the council for standing in the gap. I really do. I thank all of you for doing that. But there is no way that you would want the mayor to do that to the seniors on the north side of the city of Flint. The north side has come a long ways. We fought really hard. We've done so much. And then for someone to want to do something to us, I know as council members, you are not going to let that happen because you have the power. So I know you're not going to do it, and I'm depending on you not to let that happen. But also, when I got out my car, and I prayed before I came in, I kept coming up with the wouldn'ts. This wouldn't happen. Really, it wouldn't happen if we had all those people from long ago that would stand up for us. It wouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen because you're dealing with seniors who you are supposed to take care of. And I am one of those seniors. Because the Lord let me live, I'll be 75 next year. So I'm in a senior group. Then when I thought about it, I said, well, it wouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened. I know it's not going to happen. Hasselbring has been so beneficial to those people in that area. And you say, well, Jetty, how do you know? Well, that's my area. That's where I come from. Even though I was born on Carton Street by Burston, That area of Hasselbring has been with me for a long time. I am still working in that area. I am teaching at Brownell Elementary STEM Academy. And those children are benefiting from some of the programs that you have there at Hasselbring. They are benefiting from seeing some of the seniors there. I was able to benefit from a PowerPoint computer program that taught us about scams, your distinguished fingerprinting when you go on. I mean, I was so impressed. And as a teacher, now, you know, I get all the different things coming to me from the board, but this was the first time that I was able to take a computer class that really taught me something, and it was at Hasselbring. And there was so many other seniors there till they had to close it down. They couldn't take any more. So they're going to have to come up with a part 2 and a part 3. It is a help.
Thank you.
You are welcome. And please, don't close that center. And don't give it to anyone else.
Madam Clerk, is the buzzer working?
The next speaker is Dorothy Richardson.
I'm Dorothy Richardson, and this is my moral support.
Please come up to the microphone.
Okay, I'm Dorothy Richardson. She's here for moral support. I'm from the 1st Ward.
Please speak into the microphone.
I'm from the 1st Ward, and I'm here to ask a question, and I hope everybody answers it. Have you ever had a bad boss? When you have a bad boss, you hate to go on your job. Yes. Okay, now, I have been going to the center for about 18 years. I worked and I retired, and I started going to different areas. So some of the areas I didn't like. So I went to Hasselbring. When I got to Hasselbring, it was nice. We had different leaders there that you see them, and then you would speak, and you were going about your business, do the computer class or whatever you took, but you didn't get comfortable with them. You know, they were just in their office doing the work, and, you know, I just came and went. You know, they didn't give me no problem, but it just wasn't home. Then they got rid of him, and then we had to get used to somebody else. And they had the door closed. You know what I'm saying? You go in there, you see, you sign in, but you don't see them. Okay, then Miss Lewis came. Miss Lewis keep her door open. When she's not working or busy, she keep her door open. She give you time to sign in, and then if you speak, there's Lance at the desk. Then some of them running, you know, printers over here, and then you look towards Miss Lewis' door. When you look towards Miss Lewis' door, she have it open. And you speak to her, and she say, "How you doing, Dorothy?" She know you by your name. And you can communicate with us. Okay, we go in the back and do our little activities. If she have anything important to tell us while we're doing our activities, guess what? She just don't barge in there and say, "I got this announcement." She excuse herself. And then she said, "Sorry for interrupting your program." And then she tell us what? She do not treat us like children. We are grown-ups. We raise children. We raise grandchildren. And she treat us as if she respect us as adults. Some people treat older people like children. We are not children. We raise children. So we would like for her to stay. And I don't know what's the problem. If you got a problem with her, you discuss it. And if you discuss it, I'm sure that you can come to some kind of conclusion, because she's a good listener, she's a Christian lady, and she listened to your needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Reverend Freelon Threlkel Jr.
Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. To the council, my name is Reverend Freelon Threlkel Jr. I live at 214 East Pulaski. I'm a Flintstonian, and I am a senior citizen supporting Hasselbring. My subject is taxation without representation. And as I look around at this council, this isn't the first time that I've been down here. The late Eric Mays, I'm wearing his bracelet, point of order, and the city blamed him from the administration down through the council that Eric Mays was the problem for progress in Flint, Michigan. Eric Mays is resting in his grave. Some months later, here we are, confronting a problem at Hasselbring. Taxation without representation. You council persons were elected to represent the residents of Flint. And whatever comes out of the mayor's office, you supposed to protect your area within the city. We as seniors, as someone has already said, years ago we handled our own problems, and the elected council people was with us and stood for us when it came to settle that problem. To me, this council lacks a little compassion from the mayor down to you. And if you are representing us, our tax dollars support this city and your stipend or salary, and the mayor. You work for us. And how dare you to allow certain things from the mayor's office to get down to the senior citizen building and facilities. We would cut that off right there at the front door. And I'm pleading and praying. I prayed before I came here. And the Spirit said, taxation without representation. Election time is coming up. And I have the power to vote either way.
The next speaker is Donna Allen. Donna Allen.
Thank you. My name is Donna Allen, and my water line was broken by the city of Flint workers. So I have not been in my home since they broke it. It's been about 10 years. So Hasselbring has really been like another home. I can go up there and eat. I can go up there and have sign language classes. I can go up there and have massage therapy. They have cards and pool tables, and it's a lot of residents who come there for the resources and the support. They have mental health services. They have food for our culture and diversity. The center has helped hundreds, thousands. This past week, they had bounce houses, they had grills, they had food, they had drinks, they had a community event, and it's appreciative. I even brought some veterans there for a veteran community dinner for the holiday who would have not had dinners like that, who are sometimes homebound, who have disabilities, even though we have abilities. So with the city, to me, doing unfair practices, such as I had a 0 water bill. They closed my account and then sent a $4,700 water bill. That bill is up to $7,000 now. That's with a 0 water bill. So not staying in my home, sleeping in my bed, has really been a transition. And so with resources like Hasselbring, it's not only for older seniors who we think should have it, it's for those people in the community who need the services as well. So I appreciate it. Thank you, and you have a blessed, safe one.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Sherry Allen.
My name is Sherry Allen. I am so disappointed in you Furious Five. Elamine, Liddell, Quincy, Judy, and Mouchette. What makes y'all think y'all own this city? You don't own this city. Actually, you're some peons, actually, in the city. The only thing you got going for yourself is being Neely's puppets. I know at least 2, 3 of you live here in the city of Flint. Alameen, Quincy, and Judy. Mouchette, you on the other side of town. I don't know where you come from. And Liddell, you stay in Maryland. You had nothing to do with here in Flint. But you were brought here, weren't you? You were brought here, you were recruited here to ruin our city by your puppet master. If I wasn't so upset, I would say some things, but I'm calming myself down. Because, Elamine, you really disappointed me last meeting. You said you were here to help save Hasselbring. And I found out last night you're here to agree with Neely to charge Hasselbring money. What does he want with that center so bad that you can't stick up for your own people? What does that man want with Hasselbring so bad? You already committed gentrification over there on the north end, calling it green space. What is the plan, Elamine? Where do you stand with your people? That's your ward, and you are not represented at all. You know, the devil's busy. And right now, you 5 act just like you are part of the devil's camp. For what you're doing to this city, but you know what? All 5 of y'all gonna get your karma. Because God ain't through with y'all yet.
The next speaker is Rosemary Morrow.
My name is Rosemary Morrow, and I'm a resident of the First Ward. I go up and help the seniors as much as I can. I just want to address the Hasselbring issue because I feel like the seniors have paid their dues. It's time for us to take care of them. The seniors that are there, they're still trying to help other people there. When we need volunteers to do different projects, the seniors are the first one to volunteer, even the ones that can't barely even move around themselves. But they don't tell you no, they try and help. There are so many programs up there that offer resources. There's doctors and nurses that come up there to see kids that the parents can't get them to the doctor. Hasselbring has been taking care of themselves, paying their own bills. The parking lot, there's a lot of misled information being put out there, saying that Hasselbring is making all this money that they're really not. You guys know some of you know that the only money they really truly are making is off the rentals. And that money is put back into programs. Over, I would say 90-some% of the programs that they do is free to the community. They don't just help the seniors, they help families and they help the youth. The parking lot, they're self-sufficient, they pay their own bills. There was a parking lot issue where the bids were put out, I guess the bids were too high for the parking lot. So the city said they'll do it themselves. The city jacked the parking lot up. The parking lot had to be done over. Guess who had to pay that bill? Hasselbring. The grass itself is taken care of by Genesee County Parks, like everybody know. They take care of all the parks. Hasselbring pay their own bills. They pay the snow removal, the utilities, the internet. They are paying and trying to be self-sufficient. We need to work together instead of against each other. You guys have the power to shut the mayor and Ed Taylor down. We are asking you to stop this. You're saying you're not gonna close the center, we all understand that. But you're trying to get rid of the director and you're trying to get rid of the board. And Grandma always said, like I said outside, if it's not broke, don't try and fix it, make it better. In most cities and states, the government give the senior citizen centers money to take care of them and to do programs. It's about the dollar with the city, not the seniors. That needs to change. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carl Lewis.
Good evening, Council. I come up with one thing, and that's support the seniors. But Brother Art, Assalamu alaikum. First Ward, Assalamu alaikum. That's your ward, bro. It's on your shoulder. It's on your shoulder, bro, man. And you got the power to do it. You dig what I'm saying? They need help. They don't need no weight on them. These seniors. And I know y'all got parents and grandma, auntie. This stuff is real. Ain't nothing funny, Liddell. See, that's your problem. And you the president, and you can help the brother. Y'all can push. Judy, you got money last year for your senior. You said the opera money gone. All these resolutions got money, opera on it. You said opera money was gone, but every resolution on here got money on opera fund. everything necessary. Yeah, right. Well, y'all keep this center open, bro. I mean, peace. Love y'all.
The next speaker is Eartha Logan.
Good evening, council members and our audiences. My name is Eartha Logan, and I live on Kniff Street, 2121 Kniff Street. I have been a resident of the city of Flint for 71 years. I am very proud of my city the way it used to be, not the way it is right now. I took ill and I had to go out of state and stay with my children in Maryland and Pennsylvania. I got back home Thursday, and it was my mission to come down here today. I watched the city council meeting every week from there, and I was so disappointed in how the council was being ran. And I supported, I did vote for Liddell. I supported Liddell in every way that was possible. We had personal conversations. Her character was not what I seen in the council. Alameen, I talked to him on several occasions. I gave him a phone call, and just because I knew they built things. And my cousin needed a ramp. He called me right back the next day and said that he was busy, but it would be 4 or 5 weeks out before he can get to her. So he was honest about it. I've been knowing Quincy for years. I know his mother. I know his mother raised him with character. I don't know anything about Judy. I've learned about Tanya and Jerry. Don't know nothing about Candace except for what I've seen. I know Dennis, in fact, and I know Jared. I know him from years ago with his family, and I know his family raised him with character. So I just would like to say, for everybody on the panel, for you to do the right thing for the citizens of Flint. They deserve it, I deserve it, our neighborhoods deserve it, and if council people can take money and receive ARPA funds, then the residents of Flint should also be able to do it. And I have one other thing that I would like to say before my 24 seconds are up. I have visited on several occasions the Hasselbring Center. They have done an excellent job in maintaining that building for years. I know Beverly personally, I know Lewis, I knew her mother, and I know other members on the board. And I'm going to sit down in a second, but I just want to say this. Us seniors deserve everything that we have worked for years in the city of Flint. And I am begging you to keep that center open and work for the residents, because that's who elected you. It was not the mayor, so you work for us. Thank you and have a blessed day.
The next speaker is Vivian Kelly Sebron.
My name is Vivian Kelly Sebron, and I'm a member of Hasselbring. I love going up there. They have beautiful programs. They got health programs for one who has diabetes, heart problems, or strokes. Then they also have programs to teach the seniors how to use their cell phone, the computer, and they show us what scammers are. And I think the scamming is right there. Now, the seniors put you guys in your position, and your election time coming back around. So if you can't treat them good, do you think they want to treat you good? And I also want to say this. If Eric Mays was here, he would he just wouldn't know what to do with y'all. Trying to close something that he up there keep going. The senior citizen. I'm done.
The next speaker is Carol McIntosh.
Good evening. My name is Carol McIntosh, and I'm a candidate for the First Ward City Council seat. I'd like to start off by saying so many things are wrong in the city. We need so many things. There are so many things that are dysfunctional. There are so many things that are not working for the community and the residents. But the one thing that is working for the residents is the Hasselbring Center. And you guys want to put your hands on that. All the things that you can be working on to make better, you want to put a weight on our seniors. The only thing that brings our what else other than our senior centers bring our community together the way they do? And you're trying to extort our seniors. Not only do you want them to pay rent, if they hustle up on an extra dollar, you want a percentage of that. After you sat up there and distributed all those dollars to all those people that are healthy enough to work and hustle for their nonprofits, you gifted them the money that was supposed to go to the residents, and then you want to take from people that are at a place in their life where they can't get out and work and hustle their way out the hole. You want to take from people that are on fixed incomes. You want to take from people with food deficiencies. You want to take from people that often make a decision between paying from their prescription meds and paying their bills. And that is the group of people that you guys came up with to extort. Oh my God, what a lack of leadership. There is grants out there, federal programs. If the city is strapped for cash, it is the mayor's job, the administration's job, your guys' job to get together, find those grant dollars, those federal allocations, and to leverage those dollars. It is not your position to hustle the community. You should be embarrassed to call yourselves community leaders. You are leading us right to hell in a handbasket. Let the community have something. Will you please? Do you have to have it all? Can somebody else at least get a hot meal sometime and get some help paying their bills and with their computer skills without you capitalizing off that? You got to have a portion of that too. You should be ashamed of yourself that you're not intelligent enough to find those dollars and leverage those dollars and help the people that you asked to elect you like you knew something to do for them. If you don't know anything to do, step down.
The next speaker is Melissa Zaremski.
Hello, my name is Melissa Zaremski. I'm going to try to do this as fast as possible because, I got a lot of pain and my nerves are pinched right now. So let me say this. Hasselbring should not be paying more than $1 a month. I really don't care. Leon, do your damn job. You still have not been voted in. Liddell Lewis, I was there for your recall signatures, okay? People either didn't know you or they want to sign because they didn't vote you, okay? So you better stop, all right? I'm done. I love this city since I've moved here 4 years ago. I don't get all what's going on. Dougie boy, the great governor activist, right? He keeps going after Tanya Burns. He goes after, the E&A board. He delivers mail to their addresses. He watches, obviously, 810 News Media Group. And when anything happens on there, he comes here and he wants to talk about it. To me, he is a stalker. That is crazy stalkiness. And y'all sit there and condone it. Are you serious? Knock the shit off. Start doing the residents right. Okay? Enough is enough. You got voted in. Leon, you still got to prove yourself. Okay? It's between you and Carol. I'm not going to do a split vote for anybody. Okay? I got to pick one or the two. And if I'm not going to vote for because you have yet done anything for the residents that's right. And these damn garbage cans we got, are you serious? Are you serious? Are we still paying this high amount of garbage? And after we get these cans, we can't put nothing out besides those cans? We can't have nothing outside of those cans, and we're still paying these high amounts? Oh, have y'all seen Dalton, Illinois, Thornton Township out there? Y'all better catch up because shit's going down there. The FBI's there. People are being prosecuted. Y'all better get on board with that because what's been going on there is going on here. So you're going to jail. Thank you.
The next speaker is James Moore.
Sorry about that. James Moore, resident of the city of Flint. I'm going to just ask a couple questions because I need some help. Hopefully when y'all respond back, somebody will say something. But I'm sorry, I'm confused like the rest of us out here about these trash cans. We spent out $16 million, and I see some streets have trash cans, and I didn't get one, and my trash was on Monday. So I'm wondering if I got to go up to the pawn shop and see if somebody took my trash can. So, I'm going to need a little help on that, and if I have to, I'll go down and talk to Mayor Neely and just try to figure out, what the hell's going on. Now, over here by the farmer's market, I see a nice sign they got for Genesee County Recycling Center. They finna move a junkyard downtown. You got University of Michigan, you got all kind of nice stuff. You got the Culture Center, and I'd be damned, it looked like they finna put my trash can might be over there.
The next speaker is Kawana Mack.
Hello. Hey. I didn't know what I was going to talk about, but I guess it's the Hasselbring Center. Miss Liddell, you always saying you don't want nobody to jump in front of the line. Every time we come in here for a meeting, your resolution is the first one on there asking for $25,000, $100,000, $50,000. Hey, you wait, go back to the end of the line and put the people first. And Miss Elamine over there, you keep saying you told the seniors, they seeing what you doing in the neighborhood. You fixing your own stuff, your own property and your family's property. And you know what? Y'all done drove me to singing down here. What did Prince say? There's thieves in the tempo tonight. And also, Quincy, the senior was up here talking. You couldn't stand it. You leaning over there talking to Liddell. Oh, her time is over. Her time is over. Telling Judy how to chair. Just sit there, man. You ain't got to clap back on everything. Everything is not concerning you. At least listen to these people. Because like you say, y'all got to go.
Ooh, I can't wait. I can't wait till y'all go. And you know what? I can see you, Elamine. Take them partitions down. Y'all stealing. Be happy about it. All the money y'all stealing, y'all don't even look happy. Don't look happy. But y'all day is coming. And we gonna have the last laugh, okay? Quincy, you can barely make it up there, but you wanna be nasty and clap back all the time on folks. You better get yourself together too. And I'll wait till you clap back. But I'll be at the next meeting. How much time I got? Let me see. Let me see something.
All right, is that your time?
Hey, you better cut it out.
Okay, so according to council rules, you just
No, I got my time. I got my time.
Are you done?
And I want to stop without her talking. Davina, get on your JOB over there too.
Are you not? Did the time stop?
No, you jumping in front of it. You need to be quiet.
Oh, excuse me. Proceed with the time.
No, ain't no proceed. I want my time back.
Ma'am, are you done addressing the body?
Like I say, we gonna have the last laugh. Hey, Davina, you better be over there watching that clock and doing your job too. Liddell ain't nobody. She don't run nothing.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is David Peachy. David Peachy. The next speaker is Doug Matthews.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dougie Matthews, a good government activist from the 7th Ward. Firstly, let me just say that we can't provide too much support for the community's seniors, and we certainly shouldn't be taking anything away from them. I also want to say for the umpteenth time that y'all could probably figure out a way to get more ARPA dollars to home repairs. Now, for several months, actually a year, I've been the target of vicious and baseless accusations of racism by Councilperson Tanya Burns and others. Today, I call for accountability to address the hostility and violence these false claims have created. Councilperson Burns has falsely labeled me as a racist bigot and accused me of using outrageous and offensive language in a public meeting. She even filed a false police report, alleging I repeated a racial slur 3 times. Despite these accusations, the Flint Police Department responded to my FOIA request, confirming there is no evidence to support her falsehoods. Yet they have not only damaged my reputation, but also incited hostility and threats of violence. Jessica Stewart, one of 810's good friends, threatened that in California, they would find Doug unconscious and leaking in an alley with a deep boot print in the middle of his forehead. Another 810 listener, William Carter, said, Doug better watch his back or he may end up in a ditch. Otis Johnson, another 810 viewer and listener, I just can't believe Flint men have allowed this clown to harass Miss Burns. These threats are the direct result of lies spread about me, creating a dangerous environment. I'm taking necessary legal steps to protect myself. I'm preparing a formal complaint with charges of criminal defamation, harassment, and filing a false police report against Ms. Burns. This is not an action I take lightly. It is backed by evidence, video records, and a pattern of behavior meant to incite hatred and destroy my reputation, which you cannot do. If the Flint Police Department does not take action, as they have not with my previous complaint against Sergeant Villarreal, I will escalate both matters to the Michigan State Police and the State Attorney General. I am determined that the facts are known at every level of law enforcement. I will not be silenced by intimidation. I will no longer allow these lies to go on without legal challenge. The people of Flint deserve leaders who uphold justice and truth, not those who use their platform to spread lies and incite violence. I urge everyone to stand for integrity and demand our community to be guided by facts.
Thank you.
The last speaker for this meeting is Zach Hairston.
How y'all doing, Council? I've been here before. I'm not from here, but my parents live here. I got a lot of vested interest in Flint. I was born and raised in Flint. And the Flint I see today is not the Flint I was raised in. I like to talk about the lawlessness in Flint. Where are the police? When I drive around Flint, I've been here 3 weeks. I drive around Flint, I see a lot of traffic violations. I'm not a police officer, but I know what traffic violations are. And you talk about dysfunctional, this council, this city. If you go to different parts of this city, you know, everybody talk about, you know, how Flint is this, Flint is that. Yeah, certain parts of this city is bad, but not all parts. There's good, there's bad, there's good people, there's bad people. You know, it's where you look. It's where you live. It's how you want to treat things. The first ward, second ward, third ward, you know. Miss Liddell Lewis, I don't want to try to be personal on anything. Neighborhood engagement hubs. I was at your neighborhood engagement hub over there on Martin Luther King, what used to be the old Citizens Bank. I was told that was the only neighborhood engagement hub, which I know that's not true. So I know that's the one that has the lawnmowers and all the equipment to cut grass and all that good stuff over there. Now I'm not sure if that's the only one that has that equipment, but I do know they have a lot of equipment over there. And I was told that all citizens in the city of Flint can come over there, and if they want to rent or lease or rent, you know, for a day, that equipment, they can use it for free. That's what I was told. Now, another thing is these radars that I see as I drive around the city that's taking your speed limit. What is the purpose of those if you don't have officers, you know, there, you know, what are you collecting? Data, raise the speed limit, put more officers on the roads? I don't know. But I know I'm doing the speed limit, everybody passing me. I don't know if it's because I got out of town license plates on my car, what it is, you know. And again, you know, tree removal, to have residents pay for trees that, you know, that the city put in on their properties.
Thank you.
Is wrong. Thank you.
That was the last public speaker, Madam Clerk, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it's now time for council response. Council members will have 2 minutes to respond to the public. Is there anyone who'd like to do that?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I thank everyone for showing up tonight. I didn't see anything out on our agenda for Hasselbring. So I did a little investigating, and I found out that the administration put out out to bid to run Hasselbring, and I'm baffled. What I don't understand is someone mentioned that the seniors need to be taken care of, and I would argue that the seniors still take care of this city because they are the one that pays the bills. They're the homeowners. They do more for this city than they realize. This city would be bankrupt without the seniors if the seniors had a mass left. They would be bankrupt. Let's just say this. I will not support anything other than $1 per year for Hasselbring. In my almost 3 years sitting here, not once have I heard a complaint about how Hasselbring was being run. Not once. Matter of fact, it was all positive things. And I think it was Reverend Freeland Threlkel. My. I think you said Eric Mays was resting. No. Eric Mays is turning over in his grave right now. At no point, if he was still here on this earth, would this have happened. So, I look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the residents for coming out. This is nice that you guys have come out. Thank you for all of your comments, concerns, your opinions. Thank you for being engaged in the process. Councilman Pfeiffer, you are absolutely correct. The late Councilman Mays, he's turning over in his grave right now. And you know, he would be very disappointed. He would not stand for this. And I'm not gonna support increasing the fees for the Senior Citizen Center. It's ridiculous. Just ridiculous. We should be respecting our seniors. We should be supporting our seniors. Our seniors have contributed to this city, and they still are. And Councilman Pfeiffer is right. Without the seniors, this city would go under as far as our tax base. So I stand with the seniors. I stand with Hasselbring. And you know what? Councilman Alameen, I hope you're gonna stand with Hasselbring. Because you know what? That's in your ward. It's in your ward. I'm done.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Councilman Pfeiffer and Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, I stand with you, and seniors, I stand with you every day, every single day. I do. At no point should we have to be worrying about and fighting for a senior center that was padlocked, chained, set to be sold off by emergency management at all. And it's egregious that this administration is using strong arm tactics, bully tactics, to change who's running it. You work together. The divisive tactics are wrong. They're wrong. We should be trying to figure out how to give funding to the center. It's a shoestring budget. They make it happen on close to nothing. And then we out here, not me, because I'm standing with the seniors, they out here harassing them. You know, what they don't like. But I can tell you this, a lot of them getting community block grant dollars for their companies, for their nonprofits. And what did our seniors get? I got to come in here to fight for a center that should have been sold off. And if it was sold off, we wouldn't be here today because of emergency management. The blatant disrespect that our seniors and how they're being treated is disappointing to me. If these council members aren't stating publicly that they're standing with you, you need to make some changes. You need to make some changes. When we sitting up here worried about the senior center, an 8-year-old little girl was shot while sleeping in her home. We done had almost 10 children shot in the city of Flint, but they worried about a senior center. Those children won't grow up to be seniors. They won't. We need to get our priorities straight. I stand with you with Hasselbring Senior Center.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, councilperson in the
So I
first
definitely
ward.
want to thank the residents for coming out today in support of Hasselbring and so forth. I'm in full support of the seniors, as I has been in conversation with Ms. Beverly and her team, trying to get things resolved. And I'm quite sure, and I'm 100% sure, that we will come to getting things resolved and keeping things moving smoothly as the way they is as we continue to work through this process. So I definitely thank the residents for coming to show your support. And just want to ensure that the center will remain open. It's not going to get closed. Seniors not going to get put out, be charged, and we're not getting rid of Ms. Beverly neither. So, so thank you.
Are you done? Sorry. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Councilperson in the ninth ward.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you who came out today. I want to make sure that I provide for you some maybe, not necessarily context, but information on how and where, sort of, as I understand it as a council person, the agreement sets currently. We did reject the initial agreement that was brought before us because as a body, we didn't agree or like the terms that were set forth. In that, speaking for myself with my vote, I voted maybe under a wrong assumption that the lease would then go back and there would be some additional negotiation and it would be brought back to us at a point after there was additional conversation between the administration and the board there at Hasselbring. It has not been brought back. Now, the power, I'll call it, that we have as a council at this point, we do have the ability, and our president has the power, if she so chooses to use it, to bring the original agreement back as early as next Monday. I would ask that our president brings back that agreement on next Monday for reconsideration to our special affairs. And then from there, we go about doing what we can as a council to help to meet the need in our community. Because that's what we're here to do, help to find solutions to meet needs.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, thank you. First, I want to thank all the speakers for coming out, speaking. I want to clarify some things, because sometimes we get things, we hear things, and that's not what the intentions is. What happened is the emergency manager set $1 a year for these prior to that. there was nothing the city could do because they was in a lease agreement. And anybody that know anything about legal and rents know that we can't just break lease. So between Hasselbring, Brennan Center, Haskell, all of these different folks that's in lease agreements, we just can't break no lease agreement. You have to wait until that lease agreement is up and then go back and enter into another agreement. The dollar was not working. Hasselbring really was not getting rented out. Like, I know some family members done had stuff at Hasselbring. They getting senior millage funding. They getting other grant funding. They got funding from the Mott Foundation. They got funding from the city of Flint to help improve Hasselbring. If I was over Hasselbring, I would have took that $500-something and I'd have ran with it. But it didn't happen. So hold on. Could you hold my time because they talking and I can't.
Please, audience, please allow our council person to speak. We were respectful of your time. Let us be respectful of ours. Thank you. Go ahead,
Can
Mr.
I get some time added back?
Add 5 seconds back to his time, please.
But I think what it is, no one is talking about closing Hasselbring. And all I heard tonight was about the programming and all of that stuff. I thought that they made an agreement downstairs with the administration to come up with an agreement. Do you know if y'all was only paying $500 and somebody else could pay $500? People paying more than $500 for rent on their house. I would have took that $500 they gave.
Hold on. Hold the time. Madam, please be respectful of your council people.
And you allowing her to speak and you ain't saying nothing to stop her.
Ma'am, please, this is going to be your warning unless you be quiet. Thank you. Go ahead.
They already deducted $1,500 off of the whole $2,000. So it ain't like they ain't give them no opera grant dollars to help offset the expenses. I don't have a problem with the $500.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Or Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So one of the things I do completely understand is everyone's passion around this subject. What I can tell you is I know at some point the colleagues who were called out tonight, we have all supported Hasselbring in one way, shape, or form. And so I'm not sure if you all had a chance to see the meeting last week, but the council unanimously voted down what they put in front of us. And so I understand that we get swept up in passion and things happen, and there seems to be this thing where you want to blame 4 or 5 people for something, but what you have to pay attention to and understand is when someone is manipulating your emotions. All 9 of us voted this down. So it wasn't just 4 or 5 people, because the only way it got voted down was if you had the votes for all 9 of us to vote it down. I'm going to pause the time, and you're going to stop yelling out.
I have trouble seeing that. I'm sorry. Do you know who was speaking?
I'm good.
Okay. Audience, I'm putting my glasses on so I can watch your mouth move. So I'm watching to see. We deserve the respect that we gave to you. Go ahead.
Yep. Thank you. And so even now, as I'm explaining to you how all 9 of us stood with you, someone is yelling out in the back because you're so swept up in an emotion of something that is not happening and is not happening on our ends. I understand exactly what my colleague in the 3rd Ward was saying. Sometimes his delivery is not the best. But I do want you all to know that your current council person in the 1st Ward is the one who led the charge to say to the other council members, let me have a chance to work this out. Let me have a chance to step in and see what's going on in my ward. Leon Alameen, who is sitting in that 1st Ward seat right now, is the one who did that. And so let's be fair and be honest about our assessment with him when it comes to Hasselbring and what he's trying to accomplish on behalf of Hasselbring. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing how all members have spoken, we will go ahead and go on to... Oh, Dr. Lewis, did you want to speak? Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So just want to address the gentleman who asked some questions about the Neighborhood Engagement Hub. Yes, it is. They don't rent anything, yet they loan it out to the community. So if you are a resident, you can go and you can loan out any kind of yard equipment. And if you take the class, you can even loan out zero turn riding mowers. So it's at the expense of the community, okay? So just so you have understanding. And also, when you say that we have the speedometers on the roads, those speedometers, they do gather data. It lets you know some of the hotspot streets where people do excessive speeding, so you know where to monitor. You know, until we can get our police staffing where it needs to be, those ways and mechanisms will help us monitor where we need to place our officers. So just so you have an understanding. And again, that has nothing to do with me. I remember you called my name, didn't know what that meant, but that's totally separate. And also would like to just speak briefly on the Hasselbring situation. I'm in full support of Hasselbring. I heard a resident question my character, unfortunately. And I have been the same council person since I ran. Now I'm just a little more wiser. And so one thing that I would like to emphasize is that I always stood with Hasselbring, and I will continue to stand with Hasselbring. But what I will also do, I will stand with what's right and fair. And so we, like Councilman Machette said, we all unanimously voted it down because the board president came and said that he was not in agreement and he wanted us to vote it down. And I was following the lead of our first ward city council person because, again, I mind my ward's business. I try to take care of what's in the second ward. And so we all work together to make sure we do the best thing for the city. So per my ninth ward colleague, what we will do, I have some packets and it talks in detail about what's going on. We will look it over and then we'll bring it back to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and take some time myself. So I grew up 2.5 blocks from Hasselbring. I grew up on Marja. I have a friend who was a senior citizen director in Montrose Township for a long time. I support seniors. I'm a senior myself. I'm so glad that the first ward has a senior center. The fourth ward doesn't. The fourth ward has no community center. You guys do. You're so blessed to have that. I was not here, so council members were saying it was 9-0. I was out of town at this meeting when this was brought up. I have not had a chance to review the contract. I'll look at it in depth, and I'll see what it says. I do have, all I can tell is that the copy that I have, and I have not read it, it is signed by the president of the Hasselbring Senior Center. So, and that was in our packet, and that's why I have a copy of it. But I just want to let you know that I am 100% behind seniors, and the programming that the senior centers provide, as well as services, is invaluable to this community and communities as a whole. And I'm envious that you have one and we don't. Thank you. That's my time. I'll go ahead and go on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move for adoption of the consent agenda with any separations.
Is there all right, it's been moved by the councilperson in the 3rd ward, supported by the councilperson in the 7th ward. Is there any
Madam
separations?
Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
240324, I'd like to separate that. That's the reallocation of Cyrus Park funds for $25,000. I'd like to separate 240325, Flint Odyssey House. I'd like to separate 240402, reallocation for first responder health reimbursement funds program. I would like to separate 240410, contract for complete towing. and 240. I don't need that one. That's it for me.
Okay, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Councilperson in the Ninth Ward.
I'd like to separate 240405, reallocation of ARPA funds, tree removal, 240420, MDOT authorized signatures, state trunk line, 240421, the WIOA funding incentive, 240428, Blight elimination, 4th Ward, and 240, it should be, I believe, 429, the ARPA funding for the South Flint Soup Kitchen.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Anything else?
Madam Chair, and this is for the clerk, that's the correct resolution number that you have down there, correct? 240249?
No, it should be 429.
All right,
Okay,
so.
thank you. Is that what it, is that?
Because it does say 249.
It's correct on the attachment.
Thank you, Madam Clerks.
Madam Chair.
Just a second. Please be quiet as you exit the building. Thank you. So that we can hear ourselves speak. Madam Clerk, it's supposed to be, it's correct on the attachment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was the question. Go ahead.
No, so my point in pointing it out was because, as my colleague pointed out, you do realize that the residents have it, and so they might not have looked that far, so I want to make sure they have the correct resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Madam
ahead.
Chair. I would like to separate 240427.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, the consent agenda consists of 240422, Tetra Tech of Michigan, asset management plan update, 240423, firefighter turnout gear grant award, and that's it. This is to send to council. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Yep. Only two.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That consent agenda will be sent to council. The first separation is 240324. I'll entertain a motion.
240324, reallocation of ARPA funds for Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association.
Turn in your mic.
It's on. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. I would like to move resolution 240324, reallocation of ARPA funds, Cyrus Park Neighborhood Association, alternative uses of vacant lots, neighborhood engagement hub, as the fiduciary to council.
Is there a second? Okay, it's moved and properly seconded by a councilperson in the 7th Ward. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to
She's already here.
Emily.
Yes.
Emily, this resolution right here for the Cyrus Park neighborhood, just so I'm clear, We already had approved this back some months ago. You had to make some corrections on the accounting numbers or some errors that was on the resolution. So you corrected the resolution, and you only bringing it back to us for approval. It still stands as it was when we originally approved this resolution. So we're not doing nothing different. Nothing has changed in the activity. Could you tell me if I'm correct or not?
Good evening, Council. So yes, this is a resolution to replace.
Pause time. Whoever's cell phone is on, it's one of part of our council rules to silence all cell phones. And please, those in the back, we can hear you up here, and it is difficult to hear each other while you are speaking. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. So yes, this is a resolution that will replace the previously passed resolution number 240143, which had incorrect information in the "it is resolved" section, which means that we could not enter into a contract. However, I did want to provide additional information because I know that we've had some questions about this. And what will the alternative use of vacant lot funds be used for? I'm happy to report I have that for you. So the update that I did get from the Sarvis Park Neighborhood Association, as well in tandem with their fiduciary neighborhood engagement hub, is that because there was going to be focus on a land bank parcel that was to the west of Sarvis Park, and that is no longer the case because there's the contamination that was discovered. Instead, they are looking at 4 land bank owned parcels that are at the northeast corner of, you've got Cooper that runs along the north side of Sarvis Park, and then Wisner that runs along the west side, so the northeast corner, so just north of the park. Those are land bank parcels that are vacant. The neighborhood association would like to use these funds to be able to put down and use them for what the same kind of concept, this food truck park. It would remain in land bank ownership. They would be able to put down like kind of a gravel wood chips. They'd be able to have picnic tables, maybe some lights, pay for like a porta-john, be able to have what would be temporary events, which are allowed in this residential area. It is zoned traditional neighborhood, but that is allowed by as long as the landowner is okay with it. And so they would be temporary events where you would have the food truck come, but the authorizing entity would be the owner. The land bank would be authorizing the use, and then the neighborhood association would be the one who would be activating. So that is the information for the alternative use of vacant lots for these 4 land bank parcels. And the land bank, I talked to them, and they are amenable to this.
Thank you so much. I would like to call for the question.
Is call for the question. Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to call the question. Roll call, please. This is to call the question on sending 240324 to council. People in the back, please. We can hear you.
They're in the hallway, Judy.
All right.
They're in the hallway.
Oh.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because I would like to ask questions.
I'm sorry, sir, that is an improper use of the abstention according to our previously received attorney's opinion.
I abstain because it would be a gross neglect of my position to vote for this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pfeiffer, you must vote aye or nay.
No, I must not. It is
unless
not
you have
forced language.
Unless
You're trying
you
to
have
force me, and that's not what the appeal said.
Point
That
of
is
order.
not what that said.
What's your point?
Point of order. So Mr. Pfeiffer is willfully and knowingly breaking the charter and arguing with the chair, so that's showing a lack of decorum.
Correct. This will be a verbal warning, but not an official first warning. Go ahead. Going on with the roll call, please.
Mr. Jarrett?
I abstain because I have a moral conflict with not being able to represent my people.
Again, this is not in line with the charter, and you are in violation of the charter by voting such. Go ahead.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
When did the chair start stating when people are in violation of the charter?
Go
like
ahead.
this?
Go ahead. Your point of order is invalid. Go ahead.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, and 2 abstentions. Call for the question. This is the call for the vote.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I abstain because of section 1-602. There's a conflict. It is a personal conflict of mine.
Mr. Jarrett.
I abstain. I also have a conflict.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions. That will go to council. The next resolution is 240325, ARPA funds, Flint Odyssey House, mental health referrals and services.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to move Resolution 240325, ARPA funds for the Flint Odyssey House and Corporation Mental Health referrals and services to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send 240325 to council. Is there support? It's been supported by the councilperson on the first ward. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
You already know what I'm going to say.
I'm here. I'm ready.
I know you didn't even leave. So I would like to see, I separated this because if we can put more money back into ARPA, and we did speak to, I don't know, the deputy CFO.
Paul. His
He's
name's
not
Paul.
here,
Yeah.
but we had the conversation. He said it would not be a problem. There is no issue. We are in compliance with how he stated would be done. I would like to see it come out of the opioid, which we are allowed to use to 30%. He stated that we could do that. We could take this ARPA funds at $36,000 and use it, put it back into ARPA. And I would, maybe we can shift it back to the roof part, once it goes back into the pot. So I am supporting to have this to go back. And I guess I need to do an amendment. Well, I would like to let my colleagues speak first. But I want to put this money, which is opioid, mental health, and it can be used for the opioid. And it's for the Odyssey House. They deal with addiction at the Odyssey House. And take that out of the opioid money that we have. He stated that it's more than enough funds to cover this. It can come out of that category, and that's the category. It would be fine. And then we would have $36,000 of ARPA funds we could put back to helping the residents or to use towards something else. So I'm going to let my colleagues, it's going to have to be amended. So I don't know which of my colleagues, before we do, we got 2 rounds. I hope it'll be amended so that we can let that come out, because we got other things that we want to use these funds on. So I'm gonna yield the floor, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So we're on resolution 240325.
Yes, ma'am.
So the $36,000 coming out of the ARPA mental health services. I think it'd be a good idea if we did take that out of the opioids, because it is directly related to the opioid funding. And I know that Councilman Murphy, he wanted to have a discussion about involved dad, and also give them some money which came out of the same category. So I think that'd be a great swap if we were able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If we are able to take the $36,000 out of the opioid funding, and then we are able to give that $36,000 to involved dads so they can keep up with their work they're doing in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? In the first round, seeing how there's no other discussion, I'll take my time, and I'll go ahead and make a motion to amend Resolution 240325 to come from opioid monies. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to change the funding source to opioid. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think this would be a good idea, so I'll be supporting it. That's it.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I am supporting this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no.
I just want to say something.
I'm going to give you some of my time.
Perfect. I have a question for you.
Yes. Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
My question is, would you like another resolution for involved dad, or and then changing this resolution so there's an amended one with the clerk, and then you would like a new resolution with involved dad for the 36,000 that you're freeing up? Because we can write that resolution,
Like
no problem.
a new resolution for involved
I just wanted to make sure I understood, because we'll take care of it.
But let's deal with this amendment. Now,
Okay.
this is still your time.
Yeah, I'm not, yeah. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're chiming in. So I don't, because that's how a good meeting goes.
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't be fighting over it. We're all talking about helping the organizations and doing what's right, and that's the way it is supposed to flow. I don't have a problem when they're chiming in. So I will be supporting. I wanted to have this come out of the opioid money, which our deputy CFO, Mr. Moore, doesn't have to come down here because he can stay seated. You were in that conversation, we were talking, and this is just it's a proper use of the funds. And then so that we can do something else to help some of the organizations who also applied for funds.
Madam Burns, Ms. Burns.
Yes.
I was wrong. We are not allowed to have discussion on an amendment to a resolution, so I keep forgetting this one issue, so there's no discussion.
Thank you. I appreciate you for being so kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is the vote to amend Resolution 240325 to the funding source of opioid dollars.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
For clarity, can you state what this becomes now?
Say that again, please.
For clarity, can you state what this becomes now?
It would be 240325.1.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
9 yes, 0 no. We need a motion to send 240325.1 to council.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I support the 8th Ward Councilman moved it, so I support.
8th and 7. Okay, now we can have discussion.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr.
I would say, thank you, Emily, for working on this. I think after seeing the ARPA reports, I think we have, if I'm reading this correctly, we have several categories that were overspent. So I'm glad we're able to do this so that we can reallocate those funds potentially to someone else or in a different category that we are upside down in. So thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? That's in the first round. How about the second round? Seeing no discussion, this is the vote to send 240325.1 to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Our next separation is 240402-T, reallocation of ARPA funds, first responder mental health reimbursement program. Is there a motion?
I would like to move Resolution 240402 T, reallocation of ARPA funds, first responder mental health reimbursement program to council.
It's been moved and properly supported by the councilperson in the first ward to send 240402-T to council. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Is Wiggins or someone here that can speak on this resolution for the first responders? I know my colleagues had some questions about the funding and how is it going to be funded. So, and y'all wanted more information. So, the information that my colleagues was looking for, are you guys ready to present that tonight?
What information that you need?
There was some information that my colleagues, and if I need to just yield to allow them to speak, I'll do that. I'm not for sure what they wanted from you guys, but they wanted some additional information on this
for the most part, they wanted a vehicle that we're going to use to dispense this funding, correct?
A little more than that.
No?
There is a lot of questions.
Did any of you guys write it down when they was requesting the information that they needed?
No.
Y'all didn't?
No, but I believe it was Councilman Jarrett and Councilman Pfeiffer wanted to know how this funds would be dispersed.
Oh, yeah. So are you guys prepared tonight to answer that?
Sure.
Okay, you can go, you can get started.
All right.
Hey, Eddie?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening.
You to Eddie.
All right, thank you. We currently have in place a process to pay for psychological services for our first responders in place now. It's confidential. It comes to HR. It is, no one else sees it. We deduct any information that would identify anyone getting that service. I just want to put that out there first before it's being paid. So it would come directly from the vendor to us. We have been lucky enough to find a vendor that's called Acuity International, and we're currently sourcing this vendor to provide psychological services for all of our our first responders. But we've been looking at them for quite some time, not just for the first responders. We've been looking at them as an overall service for all of the employees of the city of Flint. The thing that's good about this company is that they offer specialized service for first responders, and it's in a confidential way. They're currently, and I sent a document to council for review, but it currently provides services for the VA, for the Department of Defense, and a number of other agencies. We want to use them for the same thing, to provide this service. They have thousands of psychologists, psychiatrists, people that are trained, skilled to provide the service for first responders. And that's, and so it's on an as-need basis, number one. The only time they'll charge us or send a bill, and it'll come directly to HR.
Eddie, praise the Lord. I know you can speak and you can preach too. So I got a minute left. So I want to know if this services it's going to be provided for the police officers, the fire department, and is there anybody that we're leaving out?
No, I mean, it's a
just
service.
These two departments?
It's for first responders, but not exclusively for first responders. We're looking at them for all of our employees when we need that service.
Okay.
But this part that we're talking about, the funds tonight for that's a question here,
so all
is for first responders.
All city and Flint employees could utilize the service if they're going through some trauma. Is what you're saying?
Our employees can use the company. The funds that we're talking about is just for first responders, and that's the fire and police. The reason I mention the company is because the company as a whole will be servicing all of our.
I got 20 seconds left.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
part of one of my colleagues' question, now that it's coming to my head now, is that they wanted a third party to come in and facilitate this. So is that what you're telling us you do have? Okay. All
Yes.
right, my time is up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, welcome back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How did you come up with the 200,000?
I did not. I'm sorry, that's an administrative. HR did not, so.
That was a grant.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a grant. Seamus got a grant. I can't think of who it was from, but it's a $200,000 grant for public service.
Okay.
Safety.
And then do we have, I know we cannot disclose, of course, names, but how many our first responders are using this service with this specialized, Mr. Smith, do you have a number of how many are using it?
The company I just talked about is Acuity International, and we're still trying to sign up with them. We currently use Hurley Medical Center and some individual psychologists to do this service. Also, the police department and the fire department, I think they themselves have used some other services that they've contracted with. The number of people that we send through Hurley, I don't have exact numbers over the years or over this year, you know.
So this covers basically like what the deductibles don't carry. And so deductibles, depending on which type of, what type of insurance that they're carrying. So is this just for deductibles? Because everyone should have insurance if you're working for the city, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would cover deductibles, but it would also cover, because psychological services are so, it's expansive. It's huge. And one person, I may go and get, you know, several visits as a first responder. Someone else, like the chief here, may not need any, but he may need one. And, but I'm saying it's different. So everybody's not going to get the same amount of services. So it's, as far as a figure, how much it would cost, you know, it's hard to.
Right, so there's no limit, and I get that.
Mm-hmm.
So we're saying once, because insurance can put a cap on how many times you can go visit. So this would go, it'll also be used for over and beyond. So you may only have 12 visits that you can go.
Correct.
And so it's saying that they would pick this up after that. One of my biggest concerns, Deputy Chief Antcliffe, you're behind Fire Chief. There was an 8-year-old little girl that was shot in her home while she was sleeping. Our officers getting help for her that arrived at that scene. This was what, 4 or 5 days ago?
Yeah, I believe it was a 9-year-old actually.
9-year-old little girl named Bree on Marlowe Street.
Right.
Are they receiving services, or how does the city do that? Because we've had several children be shot. I think it's almost 10 this year. And our first responders, are you guys getting help that you need? And actually the fire department, I don't know, because sometimes some of the scenes you make it to it if the police can't get there first, or they're tied up. I mean, we keep seeing all these children getting shot. That affects you guys.
So I haven't personally spoke to the officers that responded to Saturday night. Just it's been busy, but I haven't heard any issues with who responded. But you know, it'll be a follow-up for sure.
Okay. I always like to check in to make sure our police and fire is okay. I'm going to yield the floor to, because I pretty much got a judgment of it, Mr. Smith, of how it actually works. I'm glad you were here to answer the questions. And so we're working on getting signed up with the service, which is a specialized service.
Right, but remember, we already use, you know, like Hurley and so on, but the specialized service is more specialized, and yes, we're working to sign up with that service now.
All right, thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Ma-
Annie, go ahead.
Thank you. So just want to be also clear. So these services, this money will cover them when they go out and they get their own services, right? It'll handle that copay, correct?
Yes, it would help with a number of things. I mean, with copay, it would. There are so many different services offered for psychological that it goes beyond copay. It would go for additional services that they just can't afford.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that, because it was just a little troubling. I'm glad that the officer wasn't specific, because that's the problem. A lot of people, they don't want people to know that they're getting mental health services. So you answering her question, if they're getting services, it's no one's business, because again, it's a stigma behind that. So no one wants to know if they're receiving services. That's why we're trying to get them the services that they can get discreetly, so they can get the help that they need.
Right. One of the problems that you have with, and I think the chiefs can both back up this statement, is that there's a quiet silence with first responders, because, you know, they're all thought to be macho and tough and good at their job. And the last thing they want to do is identify to a coworker or someone that they report to that there's a weakness in that, you know, in them. So they'll keep this silent, but it'll come out later in their actions, their attendance, their performance. It will come out. So, you know, setting up this service and getting them the right treatment ahead of time, you know, in time.
Yeah, thank you. And, you know, so me and Councilwoman Mashat, we attended the services for the officer, and, you know, and we could tell that it was a lot of grief in the building. You know, losing a colleague, someone that you work hand in hand with. You know, however they may have lost their life, the fact of the matter that you have lost a life, and you could see that it was weighing heavy on the people on the force. And so with that being said, you know, just keep kicking this can down the road, it wouldn't make any sense, because I can only imagine the individuals that probably need some help behind the death of a partner and a colleague, because it's important, again. And it's unfortunate that what happened was timely. You know, we're talking about mental health, passing mental health, and then we had a direct instance when our responders, when our heroes may need these services. And so, you know, I don't want to be the interference between people getting the help that they need right away and not, because who knows what we put this on hold for, like, what, 2 weeks? You never know what the difference 2 weeks can make in someone's life, you know, because when we were passing opioid money, you know, we didn't pass it immediately. We have people that die daily in this city from opioids, so we need to do our part. We can't save everybody, we can't handle all situations, but we can at least do our part, and that's allocating these funds to the people that need it. And I know that the people that see trauma every day, whether it's with kids, senior citizens, whomever, you know, they need these services. I know people that saw someone cut in half from a motorcycle accident. I never want to experience that, because I'm not brave enough, but we have men and women on this force, police and fire, that are, and I commend them. And I want to make sure that we equip them with the tools that they need to do their job every day. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. So definitely with the loss of one of our first responders several weeks back, and the uptick of violence with our young people, and being somebody who was shot in the head and back, I know the importance of having these type of services to help you cope through these type of situations and so forth. So I'm definitely in support of it. My only question is, do you guys have a plan to, like, sustain it once the dollars are spent? Is it conversation or talk, or potentially maybe having something put into the city budget to make sure this continues to be supported moving forward?
As I stated last council meeting, we're going to build it right into our budget next time. So it will be before you all in our budget to have an amount that will reimburse our people when the mental health is not there, when that money is not there. So it's going to be an automatic budget item for us, as it already is in the police department.
Okay.
It already is, but we're going to mirror their budget as well to make it available for firefighters.
Absolutely. I think that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Thank you. Through you to the speakers, fire and police, between the two of them, approximately how many eligible employees would qualify?
We have currently 87 people in the fire department
In
right
the fire. Okay.
And I don't know about you, police.
We're right around 100.
Right around 100. So just shy of 190 or so persons who might otherwise qualify to have these funds support their trauma or whatever they may be dealing with. Okay. Do we have, I apologize, is it Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith? Okay. Do we have either from invoices prior and or during our conversation with the potential new vendor an idea of the cost per session or per hour?
No, and the reason why is that, let me read something to you just quickly here. Put on my glasses, okay, and you'll see why.
Because what I'm trying to get to is how far will this $200,000 stretch potentially? But go ahead.
I agree. The thing about psychological services is that you can never put a dollar amount on how many visits each person will have.
That's why I asked per hour or per session.
And that's what I mean, because even the per hour is different. Because if you're going in for psychiatric level 1 consultation, that's going to be a different hourly rate. If you go for psychiatric level 3 consultation, different rate. Physician legal consultation and testimony, different rate. Mental health screening consultation, different rate.
Do you have those rates?
We do not have those rates. We can put something together with the vendor that we're working with, Acuity International, and see if we can get a approximate cost per. But I mean, it's difficult because you may only need
I understand
one
that.
visit.
I'm just trying to, again, if for example, just easy low number, if for example, and I'm sure it's probably more than $100 per hour. But if it were $100 per hour, that would be, what, 2,000 hours?
Depends on.
I'm just saying, if each person were billed that would give us that many number of hours. I'm just trying to see how far it would stretch.
Yeah.
But, if we haven't even an idea, but it seems like are we?
You know what?
Do you think we'll have a sense as to the cost before you sign your agreement for service?
I mean, we could. I mean, here's the thing: the number of people that we don't know how many people will use the service. Number one,
Granted.
We don't know how many of these they will need each. We don't know any of that. I mean,
I understand there are a lot of variables, but one factor in the variable should be, in my mind anyway, at level 1, this is the cost or the cost range per session or per hour. Level 2, this is the range. But I guess because again, if we're 190 persons who potentially are eligible, I'm just trying to understand how far this might go, understanding that there are other resources that are available, whether it be, the other insurances and or if I understood the chief correctly, even the police department has some funding already in place for some of this, maybe not to the extent that this is not going to be needed, but they have something in place potentially. So understanding this isn't going to be the first place that is going to be billed, but just trying to get a feel and doing my due diligence, trying to make sure that I understand as much as I can while I cast my vote also in support of it.
Sure.
Now, the other question I have that won't necessarily be to you, but to our body is, where are these funds going to come from when, in looking at the ARPA report, we've already expended mental health. So I thank you.
Well, I think the chief I think he said they're going to try to budget that.
No, that was
Oh, okay.
That's just something we got.
Okay.
Thank you. Excuse me, sorry. Annie, Mr. Fifer.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
So I guess I'm a little confused. Is this going to pay per hour for therapy, or is this going to cover co-pays?
Good. It's going to cover not only copay, but any other services that that employee could not afford beyond copay. For instance, you know, if they're only allowed so many visits for a different service, anything beyond that that they can't afford, it would cover that. That's how I look at it. And then when I look at what our insurance, for instance, what Blue Cross Blue Shield provides, X number of visits. After that, you know, you're going to be paying more money, when you're beyond the allowed amount. So then you're looking at this service here, picking up that additional counseling or psychological services that our Blue Cross Blue Shield could not cover.
So, am I hearing this right? So if we have officers or firefighters or whatever that went through a traumatic experience, they potentially, currently as it sits, they're allowed up to so many, and then after that point, we say good luck?
No.
Is that the current plan?
No, I mean, when you look at Blue Cross Blue Shield, there's so many visits that you are allowed through your Blue Cross Blue Shield. And this.
So how does it happen currently? If a person exhausts their visits, how does it happen currently?
That's where we're at right now. We're looking at how do we cover those extra visits that they can't afford.
That's what I'm saying. In the previous, they're on their own with those expenses. Is that what you're telling me?
What I'm telling you, when their Blue Cross Blue Shield coverage for their insurance runs out for psychological visits, then there is we're looking at what do we do now? What kind of services can they get?
I think you're talking in circles, Mr. Smith. I'm asking you plain and simple. If you're saying there's a cap on the number of visits
through Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Correct. If that employee, whether it be fire or police, if they exhaust that, currently the city is telling them you have to pay out of your pocket. Is that what the current situation is?
The city is not telling them. The Blue Cross Blue Shield, our insurance coverage.
They work for us. We put them through that traumatic thing, so we're telling them you're on your own. Is that the current?
There is a point with the amount of coverage you get.
I heard you the 3 times that you said that.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to see where we're at currently. I support this. I just want to know how we got to this point where they ever came to us and said, I need these monies.
Yeah.
Like, why would we ever leave them out there where they have to pay out of their pocket?
No, I don't think, I have not experienced where they've been left out there and paying out of their pockets totally. There are other services that they've probably secured, or the Blue Cross or their analyst or whomever they're using. It depends on the doctor. It depends on whom that doctor is, whether they're referring them to additional services that may be covered additionally. I'm not sure, and it's something we can follow. We don't have a history of our first responders being turned away for services. The biggest problem we've had is them not being able to afford continued services that are at a higher level, or the copays.
How would this be administered? So if the deputy chief back there needed therapy, not saying you do, I'm just using it as an example, he may need therapy after this conversation.
Yeah.
How does he apply for reimbursement? Does he have to go through HR and then HR goes to payroll?
Okay, as far as...
Because I'm worried about HIPAA and it going through 6 different departments.
No, it comes directly from the vendor to HR. That's the plan with Acuity. When we set that up currently, it comes directly from Hurley to HR. HR processes that psychological...
HR processes payment?
Pardon?
Or they approve the invoice and Acuity writes the check?
That comes to HR. The invoice.
And then the Acuity actually writes the check to the employee?
No. The Acuity doesn't write a check to an employee. No, the
Thank
employee
you.
would go to Acuity for services.
Hold
Acuity would
Madam
bill.
Chair.
Mr. Smith, hold that thought.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
You can have a
Now you
minute
can
of my time to continue that sentence. Go ahead, you can continue.
No, acuity, an employee would go to acuity for services. Acuity would send the bill directly to HR. HR would process that bill. It's confidential. There's no real information on there that anybody in finance could tell who's being treated, what the symptoms are, whatever it is.
What's your request?
The request? Oh, sorry, have it.
So, are they saying that?
Are you requesting it from me or
No,
from?
she has the floor.
Okay.
I'm requesting it.
Through the chair to the speaker.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair to the 7th Ward councilperson. Are they saying that this is not an employee reimbursement program?
So if I'm understanding you correctly, this is not reimbursing the employee because the employee will never see the charge.
If they go to acuity, this company, or if any other service they use, the service bill normally would come to HR to be processed. That's the normal process. If there's any co-pays associated with that, acuity is going to let us know in HR that there is a copay for that. That will be sent directly to HR for that person coming from the first responders.
All right, so I do want to take some of my time. I do want to first say that I am in full support of this. I was in full support of this when this came before us, last weekend, the week before that. And I certainly understand the need for this. I do spend a lot more time with the fire department, but I certainly am in full support of the police department as well. I also want to say, while I understand the passion behind the fact that this probably should have been happening before, I do appreciate the proactive measure you're taking to make sure that it happens now. So I applaud everyone that is a part of this process, making sure that where there once was a gap, we're now closing that gap. And that instead of reminiscing of times past that weren't the most helpful, you're addressing that. So thank you all so much for making sure that you are taking care of those who take care of us daily. And like my colleague in the 2nd Ward said, attending that funeral, my heart goes out to the entire Flint Police Department. I am very sorry for you all in your loss, because having to see so many of them stand there and mourn a fellow brother in law enforcement, it was tough. And so I'm happy that we are all on the same page and of the same mind that this is something that needs to go forward. I've spoken so many times about the fire department and just some of the work myself and the 2nd Ward Councilwoman has the opportunity to do with the fire department. So we know how much this is needed. Thank you for recognizing that this was a gap. Thank you all for filling the gap. And I am happy and excited to be a part of making sure that gap is filled and these services are going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the first round?
Yes.
You've already spoken in the first round. It's only been myself and the councilwoman for the 5th Ward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in full support of this because it's needed. But I do have one question, and I don't know if it's been asked. How do you envision sustaining this? Okay? After this first $200,000 run out, or whatever, do we have anything in place that's going to sustain the program for the first responders?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your question. As I first stated, we're going to build our budget around this piece.
Okay.
So it'll come to you next year.
Okay.
A budget for our firefighters. Now that we are starting to run an ambulance service real soon, we're going to have these problems even more
right.
for shootouts, drug overdose, and that it's going to be more prevalent. And we have to have a vehicle to sustain our people.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted, because we need to keep this going. If we start it, we need to keep it going.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's my only thing. But I do support it 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take my time now. I have actually spoken to an officer and as well as heard from various sources that the average copay for privately sought mental health is $60 per week, per visit. So that's quite expensive for somebody who works for the city, because we know that that is, some people go multiple times a week, and so that gets expensive, and you reach your limit very high. So with Acuity, they have to use Acuity's providers, correct?
Correct, with Acuity, yes.
Okay, so if they want to go, and those are all telehealth from what I read on the fact sheet that you gave us?
I'm sorry?
Those are all telehealth?
Yes.
Okay, so if they want to go stay local and they're using their own insurance, or let's say they go to a Hurley provider, would Hurley bill the city for those copays? Or if it's a McLaren provider, because there's mental health professionals that are.
Okay, we haven't worked that out yet, but we do know now that Hurley bills the city for the same services. And any other psychologists that we use, and I know the police department uses one they've been using for years, they bill directly to, I think, whatever process they've set up. But anyone that the HR department's involved in, they're billing directly to HR, and HR processes that through for finance, for it to be paid.
So using Acuity will limit their ability in somewhat, but Hurley will expand it a little bit too.
Yeah.
So you being between the two, Hurley and Acuity, that which we don't have provider, we don't have a contract with them yet, correct?
No.
Okay, so the big thing too is also keeping HIPAA privacy. The officers that I heard about this information do not want to be named, and they would not even provide me an anonymous letter in writing. It just came through second source. It came through a third source for that information. So if they go to their own provider and they want to get reimbursed by that, how would they go about being reimbursed in order to protect their privacy?
I think we'd have to, most psychologists know that there is a HIPAA, there is protected health information. So when they're billing, most that we're familiar with, that we work with the city, they bill with that in mind, that it is going to be confidential when it comes in. Usually it's using last four of social, and directly to, like in our case, directly to the Human Resource Department.
And Human Resource Department is not bound by HIPAA.
Yes, we are.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that solves that issue. I want to also, I'm 100% in favor of mental health for our first responders. I can't even imagine what they go through, as Dr. Lewis stated earlier. But I think for fiscal year 2025, your departments, both the police and fire, need to consider putting this in your budget and have that covered by as part of your overhead for salaries and wages and benefits. I think there's money in both funds because we aren't fully staffed. This is vitally important for the mental health of our officers and firefighters, so that we don't have another tragedy, which we've had two that I know of since I've been on council. Okay, we'll go ahead and go into the second round.
Request for information.
Yes, what's your request?
Madam Chair, along the lines of thinking about budget, would it be advised in that we are over in the mental health to take a look at the contingency fund on the administration side and not have it come out of these grant funds?
There will probably be there will be budget amendments to our plan, and we will have to do some adjustments. So
well,
I would, right at this point, I would take that out of revenue replacement is where I'm thinking, not out of mental health.
that's what I'm saying. Out of revenue replacement.
It would not be, it would be out of revenue replacement category. The broad, I don't know where we are in contingency, like it says on our reports.
Contingency has 1.1 million.
Yeah, it could come from that too.
Yeah, that's.
But that would also.
So would that be a 0.1? Would I have to make a?
No, because I don't think it doesn't say in the whereas. I have to look at the resolution. Just a second. Give me a quick chance to look at it. No, because the mental health grants were only for community grants. This is not a community grant, so this would not be a part of that resolution, that area. I would be putting it somewhere else, and at this point, that's where I would do. I would put it out of revenue replacement, but we would have to consult with the administration I want to make sure that we're all on the same page where we put it, in reporting purposes. But I would consider this to be more from revenue replacement than I would from mental health. Even though it fits under that category, it's not a community grant, and mental health was put all under community grants. This is the second round. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Through you to the city attorney, is there a possibility that this category can fit up under opium funds?
I don't have the answer to that right now, Councilman, but I will take a look at that. Can you put that in writing for me, please?
Can we, yes, I could do that, but can we send this, if my colleagues are okay, can we send this to Special Affairs to get that question answered? If it can't be funded through opium funds, then we can leave it where it's at and just move it to council. If my colleagues in agreement with that. And I'll yield the floor.
Request for information.
Yes.
What's your request?
Would it make more sense to just send it to council and separate it and amend it on the floor there and then vote if the amendment can be made? Because if not, we don't need to prolong.
Send it to council? Okay.
Yeah.
I could do that. I would like to make an
No, you don't have to make any motion. Because the motion is already to send it to council.
Okay. All right, well, I'll do a referral to have this sent to you, and hopefully we can get that question answered by Monday. If we can, it may be a simple fix to fund this through opium dollars, and then we could free up this money here for something else. It makes sense. It's mental health fires when they come down to helping resolve issues dealing with grieving employees that may have dealt with some trauma. We don't know what that looked like, but it may fit the category of opium, and if that's the case, this is an easy fix.
Councilperson Murphy, could you please send that to me in an email in writing so I know exactly what you're asking for?
I'm going to send it through Jennifer. She's going to do a referral, and you'll get it through a referral, so I have it in writing. The clerk office will have it in writing, so we won't be scrambling and talking about you never got it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm done.
Okay, any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
Okay. So I think I have an understanding of this now. So Acuity is going to bill the insurance company, and then Acuity is going to bill the copay to the city? Is that a true statement?
Surety is going to, and again, Councilman, I don't want to sound vague or anything. We're just working with them, trying to set up all the parameters. how we want to be billed. This is a company we've been talking to for the last month and a half to set up something just like this prior to knowing anything about, the 200,000. The fortunate thing is that they handle that type of service that we're looking for. So as far as how we want it to be billed, it's up to us to set it up with Acuity. My preference is that Acuity, whatever services we send an employee to Acuity for, through their counselors or psychiatrists or whatever, is billed directly to the Human Resource Department for the first responders. And that's coming out of any, the insurance. I understand what you're saying. The insurance would probably cover most of that, but the co-pays would definitely be billed to the HR department, and we would process that.
Okay. Can the employee just go without a referral?
Ideally, the point is, it's for first responders. They on site each would have kind of like a triage person. The whole picture of developing this is actually doing certification training with the fire, certification training with police. So there would be at least 4 people in each department that are certified to do immediate triage at accident scene. That person would get in touch with Acuity and refer that employee, that fireman or that policeman, to Acuity for services.
So in order to get services, they have to be recommended by another employee?
No, you're missing what I'm saying. The first responders, the reason they're going for service is that there's a trauma.
Sure.
They've had something happen. Police, the fire chief would say...
So, hold on, let me throw this out there. A week later, I'm still having nightmares.
Yeah.
Can I just go directly to Acuity to get services?
What they would do would call the number, because every time there's an issue...
Call what number?
Acuity's number. There's an 800 number, 24 hours, 7 days a week.
So they can go directly to Acuity?
Yes.
That's my question. I just want... Okay. And you made it sound like he had to go to one of the people that...
No. Well, I think we're probably saying the same thing, but differently. When something happens on site with the fire department, a trauma happens, that person is going to be talked to by that contact person right there.
Okay. Anyone else in the second round? Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead.
Go ahead, Betty.
To clarify for Mr. Pfeiffer, the redundancy is going to be, I will have trained people to identify certain aspects as a redundancy. So if that employee do not go themselves, which they can, the redundancy is we're going to train 3 or 4 people in the fire department, officers, to recognize certain behaviors. And then we will be able to, through administration, have them to go to get help.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything else? You good? All right. Does anybody want to add anything else? Because y'all can have my time.
I don't want to add anything. I just want to, just restate that the whole goal is to make sure that as soon as possible when a trauma happens to a first responder, regardless of what it is, there is someone to address that issue immediately. That person, we're hoping, will be that trained person, someone that's trained to identify that, get them in touch with Acuity, get them in touch with any kind of service immediately to get them help. The trauma is that serious.
Thank you. Can't be overstated, but again, I support this. Thank you for putting this measure in place, and I yield the floor.
Is there any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 240402-T to council.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next resolution, 240405.-T, has been asked by administration to postpone for 2 weeks to the next Finance Committee as point of information. I need a motion, though.
Is that the tree?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I make a resolution, I make a motion to keep resolution 240405-T, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for tree removal match funds program in finance.
I believe that we have to have a motion in order to discuss before we can make a motion to refer. Okay. All right. All right, since this is a motion to keep in finance, there's no discussion. Roll call, please.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That will stay in financed. Our next separation is 240410-T, contract complete towing service, police department, towing and storage services. I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to move resolution 240410-T, contract complete towing services, police department towing and storage services to council.
Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported to send 240410-T to council. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
All right, he's yielding to you.
If we get Deputy Chief Antcliffe, I know he's out there talking to Councilman Pfeiffer. I need him. Oh, Lord. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Edwards. And Mr. Edwards,
Mr. Edwards,
maybe you will know, this is a 2-year contract, and Chief Green is not here. Normally, this contract is a 1-year contract. This is a 2-year contract for $860,000 for complete towing.
Thank you.
Was it bid out for 1 year or for 2 years? This is the first year it is a 2-year contract.
I think finance might have suggested doing it for 2 years.
Okay, was it put out to bid for 2 years?
You mean for the past 2 years or for a 2-year contract?
No, this one we have is for 806. Normally it's for 1 year. It's a yearly contract. This resolution is for a 2-year contract. So this is the first time it's been a 2-year contract. I'm concerned, how does Complete keep winning the bid every year?
Nobody else has bid.
No one else bid on this? I couldn't pull it up. My laptop died in this. So no one else bid on it. Do you know what last year's bid was?
No.
And so what made them do, why did we do it to a 2-year bid?
I don't know.
You don't know? Because normally it's a 1 year. To switch it to a 2-year is unlikely, because I know there are other tow companies who have expressed the interest.
Complete's the only one that's put a bid in.
And so it was for, the bid process was for 1 year though. I don't know why. Through you to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, do you know how it went to a 2-year?
No, that's not it's not evident in the information. The only thing I can deduce from that is that they keep getting complete towing as a sole bidder. That is in your information in your packet. So that would be the only reason I could see is that complete towing has been consistently the sole bidder.
They have been. So it was put out to bid for, was it a 1 year? And we're giving them a 2 year. So that second year would be a no bid. We put it out for bid for 1. We're giving them a 2 year.
This wouldn't be I mean, we have other, if you're asking about multiple year contracts, this body has approved multiple year contracts for service.
Yep, and I'm not stating that. I'm stating specifically to this. This was a bid that went out for 1 year. We're giving them a 2 year. Who gave the authority to give it a 2 year? Whose idea was that?
I would have to see the bid information. I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me, so I don't know that the bid was only a 1 year bid, or was it a request for a 2 year bid, or negotiated as a part of that bid process to be a 2 year bid.
And I don't see purchasing here.
No, she's not here.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of unanswered questions. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Thank you, Deputy
no problem.
Chief.
Thank you. Is that your time?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you. I yield.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? If not, this is the vote to send 240410 to T to council.
Okay, Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That will go to council. Yes.
I wanted to speak, but you might yield to that time.
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. Our next one is our next separation is 240420-T. MDOT authorized signatures for the state trunk line. Say that 10 times. Is there a motion?
I'll move resolution 240420-T, MDOT authorized signatures to state trunk line to council.
Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly supported to send 240420-T to council. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Is there anyone that can come and speak on this? Yes. Could you explain what is this?
This, through the chair to Councilman Murphy, this is basically you're providing authorization so that when we do MDOT contracts, particularly the contracts that are relevant to state trunk lines, it authorizes both the mayor and myself to sign the contracts. MDOT is requiring this because normally the mayor is already tasked with signing contracts. But in this situation, MDOT wants this, on file as it relates to dealing with our, our main trunk lines.
So when they say state trunk line, that's not
Corona Road, Dort Highway, they all fall as
not 475.
No, those are interstates, federal.
Okay, all right, that's all I had.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other discussion? Ms. Burns, you separated this one.
I did.
Didn't you? Oh, you did. I'm sorry. Okay. Did anyone else have any
Madam
questions?
Clerk,
Go ahead.
Through you to Mr. Edwards.
Yes.
Good evening. Help to further educate me. Trunk line. Could you explain a little bit about what that is? You were given some difference in distinction.
Trunk lines are are the main corridors. They're identified on state maps. They're the main corridors that run through multiple cities. Like Corona Road, you can take Corona Road all the way to Grand Rapids.
Okay.
From Flint to Grand Rapids.
Okay.
So any major road that is crossing various county lines is usually a trunk line.
So Saginaw Street would be one
Yes,
as well?
that's
Okay.
a yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So part of the reason why I separated it because along the line of Councilman in the 3rd Ward's question, I was wondering why it specifically identified you, the two of you, as signers, and you provided some clarity that MDOT required it be written that way.
They required having designated signers.
Okay.
As do state contracts sometimes.
Okay.
Do the same thing. Doesn't necessarily have to be the two of us, but that is the appropriate thing, is that the mayor as chief executive officer should be signing major contracts.
But that does not change the way we handle the process. It's just the signatures at the end will be one will
contracts
be
still need even the MDOT contracts still are brought before this body.
Yes,
that's
thank
correct.
you for that clarity. That's what I wanted to make sure that
Yes.
I understood. It doesn't change the process. It's just at the end, the two of you are the ones that are required by MDOT
Correct.
to be the signatories.
They'll be the authorized signatures they recognize.
Right.
Right.
Right. Thank you. I'm good otherwise.
Okay, any other discussion? Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 240420-D to council.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mushat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. Okay, the next separation is 240, make sure I get it, 240421-T, Funding Incentive Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, Genesee, Shiawassee, Thumb, Michigan Works. Is there a motion?
I would like to make a motion to move 240421-T, Funding for Incentive Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, Genesee, Shiawassee, Thumb, Michigan Works to council.
Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded to send 240421-T to council. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It looks like this resolution is to appropriate city officials and hereby authorized to do all things necessary to accept the funding incentive from GST Michigan Works provided under the WIOA to purchase turnout gear for 13 newly hired firefighter trainees and to appropriate the incentive funding award for revenue and expenditures for fiscal 2025 budget year in the amount of $32,500. So it's basically accepting funding to reimbursement for firefighters gear. So I'm not sure why it was separated, but I support it. I'm done.
Any other discussion? Any other
Madam Chair.
discussion? Go ahead.
Through you to whoever from the administration can speak to this one.
Is there anyone who can speak to this resolution?
Okay.
Is the fire chief back there? Oh, okay, I didn't see him. He was hiding behind that pillar.
And Chief Wiggins, I did separate this, and the reason I separated it is because I wanted to be clear. I know that certain funding from WIOA or from Genesee, Shiawassee, Michigan Works comes with requirements and reporting, and I'm assuming this does not, and it's just they're giving us money, they told us what we can use it for, we'll use it for that, and we be all good. Is it
Absolutely.
as clear and clean as that?
Yes, it came down from the federal government, and they gave it to the firefighters' unions, and the firefighters is going to give it to us. We've already measured all of our guys, and we're going to spend $286,000 for new coats, helmets, boots for our people, free of charge.
So this is just going to subsidize some of that $300,000. This is going to provide some of that funding.
Where you get $300,000 from?
What did you just say? How much?
$286,000 is what we're going to spend. It's going to buy all of it.
That's what I'm saying. This is part of that month, that 286.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That's
yes,
all.
sir.
I just wanted to be clear that it was as clean as that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That way, next year, we can have money to spend on our mental health.
Okay, we'll talk.
Any other discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So this, Chief Wiggins, this says for gear for 13 firefighter trainees. Is this enough money to purchase all of that gear? So this is to accept a funding award for $32,500. So I think you might have been a little confused on what exactly this is. You left you high and dry. You're on your own on this one.
Where are you at, Dennis?
What number is that?
No,
It's 240421.
I'm sorry, what?
240421.
Yeah.
Yeah, 13.
Yeah. Yeah. Had me confused for a second. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
24040.
421.
421.
Yeah, we passed that one already. Yeah, it was in the consent.
I apologize. This is something different. I apologize.
Okay.
This is Michigan Works.
Yeah.
And what this is, we trained about 15 new recruits. We train them, the fire department, we do all of our training, Firefighter 1 and 2, and also EMT training. We went to Michigan Works, and Michigan Works pays $25,000 approximately for each of those students. This is the grant for it. And we've already got they've already given us the money. We just have to get it approved by you guys. And that money goes back into the fire department for more training. So anytime we get recruits, now the police department does this already.
So is this above and beyond the $25,000?
$2,500 per person.
$2,500, okay. I think you said 25,000.
Yeah, $2,500 per person.
Okay. So that was, okay.
And this is the approximate amount that we got from Michigan Works.
This is, because I don't see a quote attached to actually purchase the stuff. Is this enough money to purchase that equipment for those 13 firefighters?
Yes. Now, mind you,
$2,500 is enough?
Mind you, we have another grant on here that is coming from the state of Michigan, where I think you already approved it for $286,000 for more turnout gear for our firefighters. So.
And what is
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we already approved that in the consent agenda. What is the purchase price of this equipment? Do we actually have quotes and a vendor picked out?
For a firefighter's helmet, his turnout coat, the pants, and the boots, we're looking at around $2,000 to $3,000 per person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round?
Yes, real quick.
Go ahead.
Chief, when we have the Firefighter Training Center open, whenever that is in a few years, are we going to have house gear and house equipment there, or are we going to have to issue equipment like this turnout gear to each person go?
Everybody has their own gear, 2 sets. Firefighters, trainees, we give them 2 sets of gear. And when they go over to the training center, they'll just be in their own gear.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're saying $2,000 to $3,000 per firefighter, is that for 2 sets or 1 set?
1 set.
So even though we got a grant for this 32.5, we need another 32.5 to actually complete?
No, sir, they already have gear. Naturally, the new guys coming on, they get hand-me-downs.
Okay.
But at least they'll have a brand-new set as well.
Gotcha. Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
Call for the question.
We don't need to,
Why?
because we're ready for vote. That was it.
Oh, okay.
Any other discussion in the second round? Okay, this is the vote. To send 240421-T to council.
Mr. Alleman? I'm sorry. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Sorry, what was that again?
8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will be sent to council. The next separated is 240427-T, the reallocation of ARPA funds, grants for community engagement and beautification, and external minor home repairs. First ward priorities, neighborhood engagement hub is fiduciary. This is correcting some language in the previously approved resolution.
Point of order.
I'll take a motion.
Request for information. Do we know what it was changed?
I've got it.
We can ask him to take the motion.
Yeah.
We can ask him to take
I
the
make a
motion.
motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you. Please make a motion.
I make a motion to move 240427/T to council.
Is there support? Okay. Is there any discussion?
Madam.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes. Go ahead.
Through you to you, if you know what was changed. I remember supporting this before.
I think I'm going to direct that to the first ward council person. Do you know? You know why that's here?
No, I'm not quite for sure what
All right.
what was
I do
changed.
have a note. All right, I do have a note. I have to find it in
Clerk,
just a second.
Madam Chair, through you to Madam Clerk. She seems like she knows.
Yes, she does.
So, I'm sorry. So Ms. Dorr had pointed out that the original resolution, the language that was adopted didn't function for what they needed to do in order to pay the vendors. So they had to rewrite that resolution. And it says that this resolution will replace the originally adopted one. I think in that one that was drafted, it spelled out specific vendors, but what they needed was something that was worded differently. So it's the same resolution, same dollar amounts that were requested in those categories by Mr. Alamin, it just drafted to read the way that they did.
We took the vendors off?
They're still the same ones, it just, yes. So this is the same, it says the porches, the grass, but we had spelled out the names of the individuals that, and for whatever they needed to do it for the ARPA, it had to read this way, as opposed to how we had it before.
So we took the vendors out, but it's still going through Neighborhood Engagement Hub, right?
Right. Everything's still the same. It just has to be drafted this way in order for them to do what they need to do.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, through you to Alamin, I have a question. It's going to take $10,000 to do 5 porches?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, how much does it cost to do a porch?
When you add the material and the labor and so forth, yeah.
Really?
Request for information.
What's your request?
Are you aware that $2,000 is not a lot of money to redo a porch?
That is an inappropriate request.
I mean, I'm just asking. I'm sitting here, I'm tripping. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, that's all I had. And then I think that was basically it, because I was like, okay, 5 porches. I'm thinking maybe $1,000 to redo a porch. I mean, what all you got to do for a porch? What are you doing? No, and then I'm thinking, okay, so how large is the porch? I mean, it couldn't be that large to Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Through you to the clerk. So, can you help me understand again, or say again, what was changed about this?
I can send you all a copy of the resolution as adopted originally, but it basically reads the same. We just, in the draft that was prepared before, it's named specific vendors for each of these projects.
So without the vendors being named, or even in naming vendors, is there an amount to which it has to go out for bid, or how does that work?
I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of that department in that, but for these amounts, no, I think this is just ward priorities. Is the way that these dollars are spent. It's whatever the council member wants. But the dollar amounts, I don't think any of them would rise to the bid amount.
Okay. Through you, Madam Clerk, to Councilman in the First Ward, have you identified the vendors to do the porches?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And will the same vendor do all 5 porches?
Yes.
So there is somewhat of I'm assuming, I don't want to say bulk pricing, but probably something to that effect, where there was a price break, I'm assuming. Did you vet it to more than the one, or was it just the one vendor?
No, it was vetted to a couple of different other contractors, and this particular one bid the lowest. Okay. And so we went with him to do all of them.
Okay. And I may then may then follow up with you to get information on that, as that might be some things that we can look to do out south as well. Okay, that's I'm fine otherwise. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Go ahead.
So through you to Councilman Alamin, are all the porches the same size?
Yes, so they would be the same size.
So here, I support your ward priorities, but I am also concerned about $10,000. I think $10,000 is a lot for a porch rehabilitation, and if I had to pay $10,000 to get my porch done, it'll never get done. I'll ghetto fabulous it, and
So Councilman, if I may,
Yeah.
10,000 is supporting
Ma'am,
5.
I would like council members, my fellow council members, pause time, please. Council members, please be respectful.
Oh.
He is talking to the person in the first ward and not to you guys. Go ahead.
so the $10,000 is not actually per porch, is it?
No, it's supporting 5 porches.
So it's probably $7,500 or something. Is it about $7,500 or something? And then whoever is serving as your fiduciaries get a percentage?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Are you aware it's 5 porches for a total of 10,000, so 2,000 per porch?
Hold on, say it's 5 porches.
5 porches for a total of 10,000, so 2,000 per porch.
2,000
Yes.
per porch?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, that ain't bad. So, hold on. You said 2,000
It's 2,000 per porch.
per porch.
So we're doing 5 porches.
Y'all
That's
doing-
how we got the 10.
Oh, only 10,000 going for porch. I thought it was 30,000 going.
No.
Okay, I feel safe. Ooh, I thought you said $10,000 per porch. Oh, I'm down with it. I'm ready to roll. Call for the question.
We don't need you to call the court question.
Oh. Okay, I'm just saying. I thought it was $10,000 per porch.
Madam
We
Chair,
clear now. But I'm
Yes.
done.
I haven't spoken.
All right.
Okay, would you like to speak
Yes.
then?
Why
Go
you
ahead.
correct me?
We're trying.
I told them to be quiet.
Tell me
He's blaming the chair for everybody talking. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Councilperson of the
Thank you.
Sixth
Through you,
Ward.
Madam Chair, to the councilman in the first ward. Have you identified the addresses?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well, I know there are going to be some changes in the resolution. Will they be in the resolution? Madam, for you to Madam Clerk?
Go ahead.
Will the addresses
No.
be in there?
The original resolution was just the one-page resolution document, and this amendment
Oh, I remember,
again.
that was a while ago.
Yeah, I just emailed it to everyone, and this amendment was at the request of Ms. Doris and the ARPA division. This is how they wanted it drafted, so it's just
Okay.
a one-page document.
Okay, so it leaves some, okay, I get it. Okay, so 5 porches at 2,000 apiece, which is it's cheap. It's very cheap.
Call it cheap, call it a
Yeah.
good price.
Yeah, but with materials, it depends on what type of porch. If you, definitely it's not, this is not cement work.
No.
Okay, because if it's masonry work, you can forget it. It's much higher. So this is very cost effective. I will be voting to support this.
Okay.
I yield my time, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send, what?
Can I have a quick question on the second round, please?
Okay, second round. Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair. Through you to the councilman in the first ward, are you aware that they eliminated the urban garden?
Yes.
And you're good with that?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, all right, so now this is the vote to send, all of a sudden I lost it again, I was flipping around. 240427.-T to council.
It's hard to hear her.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will go to council. The next one is 240428, ARPA funding, Blight Elimination Department, 4th Ward lawn mowing.
I would like to make a motion to move 240428-T to council, ARPA funding, Blight Elimination Department for 4th Ward lawn mowing, 4th Ward priorities.
Support.
It's been moved and properly
Madam
seconded.
Chair.
Go ahead.
So, do we know how many, or is this?
This is just actually authorizing, excuse me, this is just obligating the funds because my ward is still working on where they want it. This is just getting it out and obligating it. This is not where it's going to be.
So do we have any idea of, what do you mean?
We will be doing lawn mowing. We'll probably also be doing boarding up of houses and that type of thing is what's been being discussed.
But our Blight employees?
We will reallocate it when necessary, but this obligates the money so that it's by December 31st. It's the easiest and fastest way to obligate the money.
So potentially they won't be doing it?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, understood. That's all I have.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 240428 to council.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, that's good.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. That will go to council. The next resolution is 24024. 9.-T, ARPA funding, Asbury Community Development Center as fiduciary for the South Flint Soup Kitchen 8th Ward priorities. Yes. Sorry, I'm looking at my screen. It's actually on my handwritten one, but I'm looking at my screen. All right, it's 240429.
Support.
Any discussion? Go ahead.
So this is going to support the daily food that they give out from noon to 1. It's a sack lunch, or sometimes they have hot soup during the cold months, and also food giveaway once a month. So they're really struggling with financing, and this obviously isn't enough, but it'll get them started. So I hope my colleagues will support it. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can I come get some soup?
Noon to 1 every day.
Uh-huh.
Noon to 1 every day.
Okay.
Any other discussion? I want to take my time and just say that I have financially supported this soup kitchen, and I think they do a wonderful job. Any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none, this is the vote to send 240429 to council.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't give everybody an opportunity.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. All right, so I'm definitely in support of this because it's doing a good work in the community. And so just like, we are in support, well, I'll be specific, I'm in support of stuff like this. I'm just asking for my colleagues to afford the same grace because we are doing good work and this is a great find. So again, a great use of your $30,000 in Ward 8, and there's no need to go back and forth about the validity of it or try to poke holes in it. And so I'm just saying what it is. And so, again, we will I know I would, coming from Ward 2, because I know whenever stuff coming from Ward 2 is under tight scrutiny, questions are being asked, people are being accused of stealing funds, and et cetera, et cetera. But again, this is the good work. So I commend this good work come out of Ward 8, and I thank the colleague for supporting this, but I would like for every single ward to be afforded the same grace that you're being afforded. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anything in the second?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I want this to be clear. When it came to wards, I support the wards. I even supported the second ward for the 30,000. For most of us were elected. Well, Candace, I was going to get to you. You're chuckling. I did not support yours. I wanted you to be elected, and I was clear what my reasoning was. But what I did support was your 200,000. Excuse me.
Sorry, that's out of order. This is your warning.
So,
thank you.
And I support.
It's appealed to the ruling of the chair. Is there support?
Support.
Okay. There is back and forth without being recognized by the chair. And go ahead, Ms. Machat.
So I find it quite hypocritical that you would give me a warning when our colleagues did something twice tonight that you told them don't do, and you gave them this is a preliminary verbal warning, not an actual warning. So for you to try to put a warning on my record when you gave them a preliminary warning, when what just happened rarely ever happens and there was no real issue, very hypocritical. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, you are right. Go ahead. This is the vote to overturn the chair to sustain the ruling of the chair is a yes. To overturn it is a no. Is that right? Did I do that right? To overturn the chair is no. Sorry.
The ruling of the chair stands.
Yeah, there you go. It's not even 10:30. That's when
Madam
my brain
Clerk,
usually
can you
goes.
tell us the correct way?
It's shall the ruling of the chair stand.
Ms. Priestley.
You know what? I'm going to withdraw the ruling. I'm going to withdraw it because I'm voting against myself anyways, if that's okay.
But it's been seconded.
I know. I know.
We need a clarification on what yes means and what no means.
I actually have it written down.
Point of order.
What's your point?
We're in the middle of a roll call and keep it going.
But if I'm not clear on which way I should be voting, I need clarity.
Point of order.
Just a second. I've got it. Just a second. Let me open it.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I know this, and it
means you're overturning the ruling of the chair. No means that you're in support.
Yep. So, to vote yes is to overrule the chair, and to vote no is to sustain the chair. Roll call, please.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes. Did I say yes?
Ms. Winfrey-Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Machat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin. Yes. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 1 no. The ruling of the chair is overturned. So sorry. All right. Where are we at?
I have the floor, Madam Chair.
Yep, you go ahead.
So, we were talking about supporting each other's boards, and the only time I did not was when I supported for the 30,000. But I did support. I think we did like 400,000 for paint and for roofs for the 7th ward because that was such a need. Which I believe they were getting 20 roofs, and they were supposed to get paint. So we do support each other's boards, you know, and I just want that to be known, despite the fact my pharmacist, who was an appointment, we got appointments coming up, was declined. But I think that when it is a person who, for me, if you're elected and we're looking at things in the benefit of the wards, the ward money is not the same as ARPA money. We're looking at two different pools and two different reasons.
Point of order.
For what?
What's your point?
Excuse me, request for information.
What's your request?
So did you just say the ward money was not the same as ARPA money?
I did not finish it before you jumped in. These are for two different reasons. Your Cyrus Park has gotten two funds.
Wait a minute, point of order.
Yes, what's your point?
Again, she said my Cyrus Park.
Okay.
That's not my Cyrus Park, so.
Okay, well, you are the originator on Laura, L-A-R-A, and you're on the bank account, so.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Madam Chair, she's
So,
abusing
no.
her privilege. She's abusing
So
her
I've just been
motion.
accused of being on the bank account, so how do you know I'm on the bank account?
Madam Chair, she's abusing her privilege, these privilege motions. She needs to be warned.
No, she is not.
She is abusing. That's three.
Go ahead.
That's three.
She's asking questions.
That's three.
Yeah,
And
I
so-
asked, Madam Chair, wait for her response. It's an accusation on the floor, it's waiting for a response.
Whatever, I'm not dealing with you. And so my point is, your name, you are the originator on Cyrus Park. You originate. You are on the EIN number, period. And in order to open up a bank account, you have to have an EIN number. You need me to keep writing and spelling this out for you? Well, I just did, comprehended. So when we talk about people wards, we're talking, well, it's like a double dip for me. So when you had your award 30,000, I actually supported it. I supported it with no problem. So I get tired of the mess, and that was an abuse of privilege motions. It was an absolute abuse of privilege motions, time after time after time, and she does it every time. She does it every time. She does. But y'all go for that mess with her. I'm done.
Any other discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
I would like to call for the question.
Okay, there's been a call for the question. Is there support? Is there support? That motion fails for lack of support. Is there any other discussion in the second round? Seeing none, go ahead.
Madam Chair, to you through the clerk. Madam Clerk, what was the roll call vote on 240427?
That vote was 8-0 with Ms. Lewis not in when the vote was taken.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm sorry, 8-0 with Ms. Lewis not in.
So Ms. Lewis was the only one who didn't cast a vote for Resolution 240427, which is the reallocation of ARPA funds for grants for community engagement and beautification for external minor home repair, First Ward Priorities Neighborhood Engagement?
Correct.
All right, so that means everybody else up here voted yes for it?
Correct.
And this is for the First Ward 30,000 ARPA money?
Correct.
And Councilman Alameen is appointed?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were clear because I thought somebody said unless you were elected. But, you know, I raised my case. Thank you, Madam Chair.
What's your request?
Does she understand what I was stating before? But I appreciate when they do good work. Don't turn that into, let's have a good meeting. We have to end. Stop that mess.
We are having a good meeting. We're having a great meeting. My thing is, wow, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, this is not a back and forth. This was a request for information
Yeah,
that was answered and given, so let's go ahead.
My thing was, there was a statement on the floor of unless you are elected. And so I was simply outlining that that statement is not true. Never once said that other priorities weren't supported, just simply pointed out that the 30,000 in the 7th Ward was not supported when I was appointed, and Councilman Alameen, who I have no problem with supporting your ward priorities, is currently appointed, and it was supported. I mean, we can simply say, I was not going to support the 7th Ward. You don't have to say it. Your presence on Election Day said why you didn't support it. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other second round? The second round, any other discussion? All right, let's go ahead and do the vote. No back and forth, please. Thank you. This is the vote to send 240429-D to council.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Point of order.
This is the vote. What's your point?
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
I did ask for the vote, and I do believe that it was requested.
Where are
Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, first, where are we?
We're at the vote.
With all this commotion going on up here.
We're at the vote to send 240429-T to council.
Thank you. Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. We now have a special order involving involved dads. This is taken from the application that you all received both by email and by print that says category mental health referral and services support. So we have 2 rounds. The first round is 5 minutes. The second round is 3. And who would like to start that? Mr. Murphy, this is your special order.
I would like to move.
We're not moving anything. This is a special order. There's no resolution on its floor.
Oh, okay, well.
This is discussion only. That's what you requested.
So, through you to the clerk, I thought you told me that a motion was always appropriate. So if I put a motion on the floor to move this resolution to council, what's the problem?
My response, there's also a rule that says if anyone requests that something be put in writing, that is also an order, so they can request that a resolution be drafted before they vote on your motion. But a motion is always in order.
A motion is always in order?
That's correct.
So me making a motion is not out of order?
Request for information.
What's your request?
I didn't know we had a resolution to send. Is there a resolution to send?
No.
Okay, because right now, as it stands, again, request for information continued. It's my understanding that there is a set amount that the councilman wants us to consider. However, if this gets moved, I don't think it's the set amount that the councilman is trying to have considered.
Right. He requested originally to have a special order regarding this application. A resolution, Emily will provide us with a resolution because she mentioned it during the request for the special order. During the discussion on the mental health piece with Odyssey House, she will provide us with a resolution in the next finance meeting.
Right, but what I'm saying is there is no current
Correct.
resolution. And because that when it was trying to happen, that was paused. Right, and so because we don't have anything to move, I'm assuming this would be the thing we're trying to move, but it's not for the set amount that the councilman is seeking to be on the resolution.
That's what I'm assuming. I don't know. That would be
Okay.
from him to.
Yeah.
That would be for you to answer that, Mr. Murphy.
So what my attempt is to do is to give involved dads some funding out of the opera dollars. By all means necessary. If I can do a motion on the floor to send this to special affairs and let Emily Dora do what she needs to do, I'd rather send this to special affairs, and then if it's not correct in special affairs, then we can send it back to finance versus holding this up when this man been requesting for some funding forever, just like a whole bunch of other people been requesting for funding, and I would like to do that if I can. If I cannot do that, I really don't want to talk about it.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Ms. Sim?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Through you to the councilman in the 3rd Ward, what is the dollar amount that you're trying to allocate?
I was trying to move the $36,000 that we took from mental health from, we took it from the Odyssey House. on page 2, I think it's the second resolution, 240325.1.
Okay. Madam Chair, this says committee recommended no. Do we have any notes on, did we get any notes on
We
why
got
they-
no notes, just yes or no. They did apply for $244,900. This is a significant reduction.
Significant reduction.
And, right.
And this was, through you to the Third Ward Councilman. Councilman Murphy, I'll be honest with you, I haven't read this. Can you tell me exactly what they do?
Well, they came to council a while ago, and Councilwoman Lewis wanted to pour some money from, I think, a charity organization. She wanted to take some money from them and give it to Involved DAS, but we thought the organization that we was giving money for needed all their funding. And we wanted to still fund Involved DAS, but we didn't want to take this organization money.
What does Involved Dads do?
Involved DAS deal with dads who have fell behind in child support or got issues due to them having a rough whatever, maybe it's drugs, I'm not sure, because I think it's confidential, so we can't know exactly what happened, why maybe they was incarcerated, but they help dads get back on the right track. They help them with clearing up legal issues, I believe, and help them get on right track as far as with child support or
So
getting
this-
their kids.
This would pay child support?
Say that again?
This would pay child support?
No. It just assists them to get them back, because some fathers don't have no custody or joint
Right.
custody.
Yeah.
of
So
their
how
kids.
does this assist them in child support?
No, I'm saying they may be behind in child support, so Involved dads may work through the legal service or give them advice on how to get on track. It don't give them funding.
Okay, I got it.
No, I don't give them
So
funding.
it's basically just,
Because some of them probably was in rehab, some of them probably was incarcerated. It's just a number of issues.
consulting or advising type thing?
They came before council and spoke to us about what they do. They do a variety of things. So I have heard about them in the community. Councilwoman Lewis have heard about them, and I think some more of my colleagues have heard about some of the work that they do in the community. So I didn't want to just leave them hanging and then give them anything. I thought about opium funds, but I'm not sure if this fit the category of opium. But now that we're not giving Odyssey House the $36,000, I believe this is the category that they applied up under. Through you to, yeah, it's on you.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. Is there any way that they can come and speak on Monday?
We probably could get them to come to either council or
Special Affairs?
Special Affairs, and then if we ain't satisfied with what they saying, we could send it back to.
So if this was me, I would get with Emily or whoever to write the resolution and ask the chairwoman to do a walk-on Monday, and we can discuss it there. That's what I would do, since we don't have a physical resolution. That's what I would do.
I mean, if that's what y'all want to do, I don't have.
Thank you. Is there any other one else? Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, I'm going to take anyone else. All right.
Oh, I'll say something.
First round.
Oh, it's a round?
First round. You haven't spoken.
Okay. Well, I'll speak in a second.
Okay. I'm going to speak here. This is a significant reduction in funding from $244,000, almost $245,000 down to $36,000. How do you know that they are willing to accept that money? From you through me to Mr. Murphy. Have you talked to them about that?
Yes, I talked to them, and anybody that's seeking any grant funding, I know when we used to receive grant funding, if I applied for $50,000 and they gave me 10 to 15, I just took what I did and reduced.
But have you spoken to them
Yes,
directly
I
about
have.
it? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. You said you would accept that a reduced funding, but will they accept a reduced funding?
Councilman Lewis wanted to do 25,000. I said 25,000 from 245,000. Let's see if we can up it.
So they are willing to accept the 36,000.
I'll call them again.
I just want clarity because we have had a grantee turn down the request because they couldn't do it for that amount of money.
Request
I understand that
information.
what's your request?
So did you know that I spoke to Mr. Hart?
No, I did not know that.
And he is more than willing to receive any support. That
Thank
he
you.
can give us.
That was my big question because this is a humongous decrease in funding. All right, my time is on. Anyone else? Anybody in the second round?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis asked for it first before you. Then I'll go ahead and do.
Thank you. So in a nutshell, strong men build strong boys, and that's what this organization does. They train men and empower men to be good heads of their households, and they supply them with the support services that's needed to do so. So that is the goal of Involved Dad, and it involves a lot of the things that Mr. Murphy did say, and it also includes a lot more. So everything that helps with the wraparound to help make the men whole and to make them great fathers. That's what Mr. Hart is invested in. So I just wanted to be clear so my colleagues will have an idea. And like I said, when he did come, and he gave, and he spoke at the lectern about the organization. And again, just want to stress again, Ms. Priestley, that they are willing to receive any support necessary because their motto is, one dad is one life, one family. So that's why they're open to receive any and all funding that they may. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Ms. Burns, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Hart was here, it was a couple months ago, but this is something that I do support because we do need fathers in not only in our young men's lives, but our young girls' lives also. So on their page, it states about us. Involved Ed empowers men to be engaged fathers by providing training, coaching, peer support in a safe environment with other men. Our programs utilize a combination of research-based techniques and approaches informed by mentors that have struggled with the crisis of fatherlessness firsthand. Our mentors encourage men to face the issues and wounds that prevent them from being fathers, address those issues head on, then empower the men with tools and techniques to manage fatherhood. Their mission is to empower and promote males to become actively engaged fathers or father figures in life of every child, to eradicate fatherlessness by turning the heart of the father back to the heart of the children, one father at a time, to motivate fathers to become active in the lives of their children, leading the way, making a difference, to train fathers in the best parenting practices to thereby empower and influence their children to walk in a continual success. They say that they are committed to rendering service to new and existing fathers through various efforts and collaborations. We are on a mission to eradicate the normalcy of fatherlessness homes in today's homes. Research shows that children with involved, loving fathers are significantly more likely to do well in school, have healthy self-esteem, and exhibit positive social behaviors compared to children with uninvolved fathers. In addition, committed, responsible fathers during childhood have shown to contribute to children's math and verbal skills curiosity, and emotional security. Involved Dad works actively and diligently to involve fathers in the lives of their children through a variety of programs, activities, training, and marketing ideas and campaign. I know we had talked with him when he was here because he had not received any. And I don't know why, it didn't state, I believe, why they were denied. They were seeking 200 and something thousand, I believe. And when we talk about having a father in someone's life, it is priceless. It did include, it teaches them about child support, basically not to run from it, to deal with it, how to handle if you have rearages, how to, if you have to have mom parenting, what is your parenting plan? So I will be supporting this $36,000 to go to involved dads because everyone deserves to have an involved dad. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead.
So, do we have a resolution, or will a resolution be coming to us through you, Madam Chair, to?
From listening to Dr. Lewis or Pfeiffer, I agree with what Pfeiffer said. Bring it on as a walk-on to council, and I believe you said you talked to Emily, and she said she can draft a resolution by Monday. I'm not sure if you said it, but somebody said they talked to Emily Dorr, and she. Did you say that?
Yeah, I'll also send her a message asking her to do that.
Okay.
So we could just do it as a walk-on as city council.
Okay.
I'll email
I'm
her
fine
now.
with that.
Okay, any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll close out the special order, and I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Roll call to adjourn.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Wishap? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. At 8:44, we are adjourned. Who's next?
I would like to call this legislative meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes, present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Wishap? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? We have 9 members present.
9 members present. Is there any additions or add-on to the agenda? Is there any additions or add-on to the agenda? Is there any additions or add-on to the agenda? Agenda changes is closed. Do we have any public speaking? First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Good evening, councils. I want to expound on the first responders situation of the fire chief and the policeman department. I got an order against them firemen because when I first moved in my neighborhood, I was sitting on my porch and a mosquito was biting me real bad, and I went and bought one of the mosquito smoking things, and the fireman, about 3 fire trucks came over my house and said, "Hey, sir, what you doing? What's up with you?" I said, "Man," they said, "Oh, these mosquito things." Then they said, I said, "Who called?" He said, "Your neighbors around here, evidently." But Just put it out. I said, I ain't putting nothing out. He said, if you don't, sir, I'm going to write you a citation or something like that. And I don't think that's right. Because every time they come a call like that, they get $500, and he talking about for their drummer, they want the first responders. I've been in about 3 years now, and every night, like I said, when the garbage came, I sat on the porch. And nobody's on the porch but me and them coons and skunks. I started to touch him to see what they spray me. He's that close to me. But I didn't even much. I just looked at them. They're looking at me but anyway, these money pot situation about the popo done messed up and can't clean up. And getting that, and it sounds like I'm gonna get in my Blue Cross stuff talking about if you don't, they talking all that jab, think somebody can't read between the lines what they talk about, getting an ambulance department in the cities you as a menace to society, it ain't saying nothing about it, and they get with a smirk on their face, pickpocket on the man out, all that junk, and not like you running the city, people's coming, and Eveline over there, Lewis over there, messing up McDonald's on Clio Road, got them thugs like from Jamaica, and like nobody don't know about it, trying to rob peoples and don't know how, and the people with truck telling them, and they act they gonna do bodily harm, and they like, and everybody, and can't get nobody a free cup of coffee in the morning. Supposed to have had it all set up, and when I come home, make somebody look like a drunken thug, and got the thugs sitting up in there, wait. I dropped one crumb on the floor, wait, and they look at me like, hey, let me see your identification, sir. What's that you on my phone? The thugs talking like that and all that junk. Hey, I walked out and all that, and she grinning over there. It's worse than in the Middle East. And peace, by the way, peace to the Middle East. Israel finna do bodily harm to them. Look at her blowing her nose on the East. You better start praying for the Middle East with that. Who's your pastor anyway? Over there, that dude over there talking about, oh, that's my time. Stay tuned, America.
Next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore.
Yeah. James Moore, resident of the city of Flint. I just want to be able to say to the council as well as the administration, I want to thank y'all for extending a hand out to the Republican candidate, Donald Trump at Door Federal, and in strong support of the Democratic, I don't know the word that I want to use, but I appreciate both parties for coming out, standing it up, and enjoying our city and not tearing it up. Thank you and have a good evening.
And Mr. Chair, just for the record,
next speaker.
I have skipped the names of all the people that are no longer here, so the final speaker for this meeting is Athena McKay.
Good evening.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your service to our community, for your sound mind, your patience, for hearing out the seniors today. I was late, so had to stick around to make a few statements regarding those things and others as you were talking about ARPA and some of the other dealings of our city. Athena McKay, Executive Director of Flint Innovative Solutions, also the CEO of Greater.
Excuse me. Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Athena McKay, Executive Director of Flint Innovative Solutions, CEO of Greater Links Enterprises here in the city of Flint. While the citizens were here rallying on behalf of Hasselbring Senior Center, and as you all stated how important and vital that beacon is in our community, I applaud you for bringing it back to council on Monday. As that was going on 3 hours ago, the city of Flint posted on social media that they are They have put out the RFP for the management of the building, and also Human Resource is looking for a senior center director. I think we all know and understand, based on your personal experience with the center, as well as those residents that came and spoke, that if it's not broke, you probably shouldn't try to fix it, because there's things in our community that do need to be fixed. While the administration was micromanaging this organization that is running very smoothly, it brought to my attention some other issues that they probably should be focused on, which would include ARPA dollars. You all diligently, week after week, listen to the resolutions that the community leaders put forth to be able to serve our community. You passed a resolution in February for Hasselbring, Friends of Hasselbring Park, to buy a utility vehicle to be able to provide services throughout the summer. Flint Innovative Solutions serves as a fiscal sponsor for that organization, and they have not received any funding for that. The whole summer has gone. They have provided services for the community at the park, and yet still do not have that resolution that you passed. While the administration is trying to micromanage an organization that is properly running, they probably should run the organization, the city of Flint, properly. Also, firing a public health manager who has been advocating for the needs and concerns of our families is of great concern. Thank you so much for your time and service.
Thank you. Next speaker?
That was the last speaker.
That was the last speaker. Any council response?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I got
Madam Councilwoman Tanya Varner.
See, we both got it right same day. Ms. Athena McKay, thank you for staying. You're right, Faith Grossbeck did get terminated, to my knowledge. And with that we don't know what's happening with the 50 service lines that needed to be, well, not the service lines, the in-home plumbing, which were 50 homes will get $6,000 a piece. Our focus is not where it should be. Not our focus, this administration. Hasselbring has been doing a job. They make it work on a shoestring budget. They pay $980 a month for consumers. They pay $240 a month for the parking lot lights. They pay $505 for the water bill. They pay a $3,000 insurance and cover for liability. They've always covered that. And if you want to have alcohol, you have to get a rider because they rent out the center. So there's been some mistruths. So when we talk about the things that they do, they pay for a janitorial service that comes in and cleans, and to remove the rugs to make sure that their rugs aren't tethered so that our seniors who are on walkers or wheelchairs or whatever that they need to walk, so that it is safe for them to walk within that building. What we should be doing is trying to help them. What we shouldn't be doing is trying to mess up something in this city that's working. Hasselbring is working. It works. They have a director, and she makes $50,000. She should make more than that. We got a mayor making $140,000, and look at the condition of this city with the drive-by shootings that we have. More than 10 children or 10 children have been shot. We need a gang task force, and we don't have that. But Hasselbring just happens to be the priority? No, they need to get their priorities straight. This mayor needs to get his priorities straight, and it's not Hasselbring Center. It should not be.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Any other speakers? Going once. Councilwoman Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McKay, for your public comments. And also, the council will continue to do its due diligence in terms of Hasselbring. And one thing I don't want to do, I don't want to muddy waters. I don't want anyone to get the impression that drive-by shootings are at the pleasure of the mayor and, are being caused by the mayor. Two totally different things. But what we want to make sure that the process is fair and that the process is equitable. And also, I want to keep in mind, too, that when we talk about the agreement, the Hasselbring signed the agreement. They signed the contract. And then they came here and told us don't approve it. So the president of the board came here and did that. And so, again, as the council do our due diligence, look at the contracts, look at the money that they have received. We are aware that they do have bills, but we also are aware that they have a millage to pay for those things. But again, we're not saying anything extra. We will continue to do our due diligence, but we must make sure that the facts are factual and must make sure that we realize that this body, we support seniors wholeheartedly. The issue at hand is the service provider. That's the issue at hand. And the service provider agreed to the lease. And then it was asked for us to not pass that lease. Mixed messages, but we will get it straightened out. So again, thank you for coming, and Mr. Moore. So we do appreciate the fact that people were able to come to our city and and practice democracy.
Any other speakers? Yes, Councilwoman Machette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, thanks to everyone that stayed. There are two things that I do want to comment on. The one is, again, we are in support of seniors, and we are in support of the senior center. And so we were asked by our colleague in the first ward to allow him some time to figure out what is going on over there and to get his bearings. And so we all honored that request, in addition to what Dr. Lewis said, because I know it was asked that we bring the resolution back for reconsideration, but the resolution that we're being asked to bring back for reconsideration, the person that signed the contract, told us to not even consider that resolution on that night. So, but again, that will be up to whomever is chairing if they so decide to bring back, reconsider something that the person who signed it was clear that they did not want it to pass. Then as far as the ARPA dollars, it's more so of a question of if the contract was even signed yet between the city and the fiduciary. The contract has been signed, okay. All right, so then that answers that, because then the next step from there is getting the funding to the fiduciary. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers who would like to speak on any of the public speakers? Is there any other speakers? If there are none, I'll take my time and speak on this Hasselbring, because I want to make sure we're putting out accurate information. No programming in Hasselbring will be affected. The city was given $1,500 towards the rent at Hasselbring, so the city was even kicking in more grant funding, $1,500 out of the ARPA dollars, and then Hasselbring was going to be paying $500 out of the $2,000 that they originally was going to charge. And then I'm looking at a grant that the Mott Foundation gave, and I think this grant is for probably, I think, how much did the Mott Foundation give them? $450,000, and then we give $100,000, which is $550 altogether. When the Flint golf course, which is in the 3rd Ward, came before council, me and Councilman Firefighter stop that agreement because we felt like they wasn't paying enough when we looked at the revenue that was coming in. Hasselbring is renting it out on weekends. They always booked, so that's extra dollars. They getting senior millage funding, so they getting additional dollars to help offset they can rent the building 1 day out of 30 days in a month, and that'll pay for that money. And I could bet your life that if they put it out for bid, which they did, we did it with the Flint golf course, it will be a lot of people jumping on that opportunity to pay $500. That's all I'm saying. I'm not against the young lady. I like her. We work together, and I'm not going to see Hasselbring being closed. So I just want to make sure we're putting out accurate information. Thank you. With that being done, public speaking is closed. Can we get a motion to, there's a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second? Supported by Leon Elamine, Councilman Leon Elamine in the First Ward. Is there any separations? Is there any separations? Yes, Madam Tanya Barnes.
I don't have. I would like to separate both of them. It's only two.
Okay, we are separating both of the ordinance.
Yeah, there's only.
So, can I get a motion for ordinance resolution 240426-T, or ordinance chapter 24, housing, article 4, fair chance access to rental housing, section 24-114 to 24-127.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to move resolution 240426, ordinance chapter 24, housing, article 4, fair chance access to rental housing, sections 24-114 to 24-127 to council.
There's a resolution to move ordinance resolution 240426-T to council. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been supported by Councilwoman Dr. Lewis. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Barnes.
Thank you. So I did speak with the attorney because some of these, the federal law I was asking in regard to, does it conflict with what we're trying to do here with federal housing? I have got refugees moving into my neighborhood, into my ward, and it is a big issue with what my residents are some of them are stating, because they're non-English speaking and they're from other countries. And so with this, I know that the federal government was stating that you can run a background check, but with this one is stating, and I'm gonna ask the attorney for clarity, you can run a background check, you just can't use it and base it on your decision if we pass this. And some housing, they run for federal housing, they run a background check. It's part of the process to live in a federally subsidized housing that they do. It's part of their prep. If you want to live in subsidized housing, they run a background check. And so I didn't know with conflicting with this, because there are housing units in my ward that they have to pass a background check. And we're stating we're going to pass an ordinance, and we have got another one that's actually coming up, Orchard Manor, which they're pouring foundations, should be, and 10 of those are for veterans. And so we know that public housing, or housing where we have whatever market rate is, the market rate is high, you have to have a background check. And according to when I was looking it up, because like I said, I have refugees in Sunset Village now, and they're non-English speaking. And my residents did they get background checks? Because it's right on the cusp, it's in a neighborhood in Glendale Hills. It's right there in the in the pocket on University down from Kettering. And so when we looked it up, it states criminal background is not a protected class underneath the Fair Housing Act. So I don't know how we do this, and I don't know if we need to look into this further. Mr. Wallace, I didn't get to that part before I came back to my seat, but could you expand on this through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Wallace, Attorney Wallace?
Yes, Attorney, can you answer a question?
Yes, I can. To the question of whether or not this would violate any federal or state statute, under Section 24-119, there is an exception where this ordinance would not impose a duty on a landlord or a person that's renting property if it violates a statutory duty to do a criminal background check in that regard. It also, if you go back to the beginning where it starts out 24-118, it goes through the steps as required or not required for a criminal background check when it comes to a person or landlord doing a criminal background check before a person is qualified for housing. So I'll let you read that at your leisure, but the main question I got from Councilwoman Burns was she was concerned whether or not this ordinance would violate federal statute or state statute or law that requires, say for instance, government housing from running a background check. That Section 24-119 spells that out, that a landlord, if they have a duty to follow a certain state statute or a federal statute, they still conduct that criminal background check.
So if they're conducting it, can they apply it still?
The ordinance speaks to that it can't form an adverse basis for denial of a rental. It says that in the ordinance.
Okay, and I'm gonna tell you, my issue is people they're talking about the border. And the border, they're letting all the immigrants, that's what we're hearing, they're coming over the borders. And Sunset does have, we're welcoming in refugee families. And this is a big
Councilwoman Burns.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Where's our buzzer?
Anyone,
Where's our buzzer?
Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure, but I'll be the buzzer. Don, anyone else would like to speak?
Mr. Chair.
Let me go to Councilman Fifer first, and then I'll come to you next, okay? Thank you. Fifer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the city attorney. So I read this as they can't do it before, like they can't do it during the application process, but they can certainly do a criminal background check after the pre-qualification type of thing?
Yes, that's basically what it says.
Because they obviously have the ability to rent to whoever they want to.
Okay, so until that person is qualified in this proposed ordinance, a criminal background check should not be conducted. But even after that is done, and there is some criminal history, when you go down to Section 2 of 24-118, it says right there that no adverse action can, in whole or in part, be based on those following criteria. That's A through F.
So here's my question. We're asking, like, how is this going to be enforced? Like, we're saying that if you think that you were denied for housing, that they come and file a complaint with the city?
Well, because this is a city ordinance, the city would enforce it.
That's what I'm saying. So I was denied housing, and I think that that they pulled a background check before they. I don't understand when.
Well, okay, let me say this then. So they would have to prove that the adverse action caused them to not be.
But you're assuming that they have you're making people who want to rent to have a two-step process?
No.
Because what if they don't have a two-step process? You're making them have a two-step process. You're saying in order to rent a house in the city of Flint, you have to pre-qualify people, and then you have to say that they're qualified and then go back and then pull the criminal history?
Well, if you think about it, if a landlord wants to run a criminal background check and also qualify the person for economic reasons, whether they're working, the credit history, and those kinds of things, that's a two-step process anyway. This just says that that can't be done before the
So how are we going to prove that, like I said, how are we going to enforce this? How are we going to prove that someone was denied before the second part of the application?
Okay, so just like any other situation, like say for instance, let's take for example, housing discrimination just in general. It's usually up to the plaintiff to prove that they were discriminated against based on whatever evidence or information that they brought.
We're going to litigate these, right? So are we going to take people to court and have because this isn't.
I'm not saying that. All I'm trying to interpret.
But if we're trying to enforce a ordinance, in order to fully enforce it, we would have to take people to court and prove it. The burden of proof would not be on us.
Well, this is what I'm trying to do right now, is interpret or answer your questions based on what's in front of me with what these mean. Now, the process as far as prosecuting these cases, the city has all types of ordinances that it enforces, whether it's through the district court or here when it comes to blight within our blight court, those kind of things. So, I mean, just like any other ordinance that the city has on its books, the city will enforce it based on whatever venue that it's allowed to do so. But still, it's, anytime.
Excuse me, that is your time. Is there any other speakers who would like to speak on
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Dr. Lewis.
So please continue, Attorney.
Yeah, so just like in any civil matter, a plaintiff has the obligation to present evidence to prove their case, and if someone brought an action based on this ordinance, then the city would, the legal department would enforce the ordinance, just like drunk driving within the city or assault and battery or any other ordinance that's on the books.
All right, thank you. We had Nation Outside come, and they had people that were benefactors of this fair chance housing ordinance, and they came before this body when we were in the dome, and they specifically laid out that this ordinance right here is to give individuals an opportunity to qualify for a rental property without their criminal history being an impact up front. So, for example, if I made a mistake, say 20 years ago,
Then I done got myself together. I got my credit and stuff right. I have a job. I qualify up front. And so now I'm applying to rent a home. And so you are to look at my qualifications first before you run my criminal background. That is what this ordinance states. Is that correct, attorney?
Oh, that's correct. And I might also add that some of the same language is already being used in the city of Detroit for their ordinances.
Thank you, but not just the city of Detroit. They are also doing this in Jackson and Arbor, Ypsilanti, and this kind of ordinance has been being passed ever since like 2021. So we're kind of behind the 8 ball, especially when they came to us about almost 2 years. What is your? Oh, go ahead.
What is your request for information? Councilwoman Burns.
Do you know of any municipalities that this language has been passed in already?
I just said it. I said Jackson and Arbor, Ypsilanti, Detroit.
I did not hear you. That's why I was asking. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it is. Being brought to order. Stop. And so it is important for us to pay attention when council members are speaking to you, so people can have an understanding of what's happening. Because we ask the same questions verbatim quite often. No, it's fine. So no, we just want to make sure that we're getting the business done, not wasting time. So again, Jackson and Arbor, Ypsilanti, Detroit, they have already put these things in motion. And we asked before, who's going to police this? Well, we have already determined that the Human Relations Commission, that they're going to police this. And the Human Relations is a commission where every single council member can appoint one person, and we all have done so. And so they are going to be responsible within their scope to hear these cases and to determine the merit of them, and then the city will proceed with litigation as is needed. But everything has been in the works for a few years. And like I said, Nation Outside came, and Jonell Allen Bay also came. Antonio Gant, who is a legislation specialist, came, who's also a returning citizen, and he's a proponent of this and helped get these things passed in these various cities. They came before this body and they laid out their case. And so this ordinance is literally like 2 years overdue. So I will compel my colleagues we have to stop doing things in an antiquated way. You know, just like with the cyber hack. Yeah, if we would have got our stuff together beforehand, we wouldn't be in this situation. So we don't want to be behind. We want to make sure that we're giving our residents the best legislation, the best ordinances, the best government possible. And this also deals with our returning citizens. We have a high number of returning citizens on the north side. We have a pretty high number of returning citizens, and I'm not even talking about people that just been to prison, people with a blemish on their record in Genesee County. A lot of people who you have no clue have a blemish. So we want to make sure that housing is not an impediment to them, especially when they have done their part in making sure they have good credit, good work history, and showing that they are a productive citizen. So again, Jackson, Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Ypsilanti, Michigan, Detroit, Michigan, they all have utilized the Fair Chance Housing Ordinance to ensure that returning citizens or people with blemishes on their record have an opportunity to obtain rental property, no assistance. They just want to pay the market rate. They just want an opportunity to live. And that is what this ordinance is doing. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other speakers who would like to speak on it? I think Councilman Leon Elamine in the First Ward would like to speak.
Being someone who's been a justice-involved individual, I know how hard it is to get housing. My organization was created specifically to work with the population that we have here, which is about 40% of our population has a felony conviction on their record. That's half your population. And having housing is so important because it helps you reduce the from falling into the cracks of recidivism, and it also allows you to improve your quality of life. And this is what I do with our organization on a daily basis. Also, when you think about certain situations, a few years ago, probably like four years ago, it was something similar with the ban the box when returning citizens was trying to get jobs, and the same type of discrimination was being pressed up on them, not giving them a real opportunity to present themselves and show that they have changed their lives around. It's like you serve your time, and then you got to come home and you're still having to serve more time, and that's not fair. And it reminds me of when in the '60s when Flint was the first city to pass the Fair Housing Act. It was because of the discrimination towards African Americans, and this is kind of very similar with our returning citizens. And as my colleague mentioned, there is several cities and so forth that are passing this type of ordinance and resolution to get things moving. So we are kind of behind the ball on this. So I'm definitely in full support because I know the great need and not trying to continue to cause. We already got a homeless issue here as it is, and when you put on top of that the returning citizen population, those numbers double or triple. So I think this is only right. It's a good piece of legislation. I had opportunity to look at it. So definitely I'm in support of it.
All right, is there any other speakers?
Yes.
Yes. Councilwoman Judy Priestley in the 4th Ward.
I have not had a chance to really read this legislation, so I don't know. I think was today the first time it's been presented. So, and seeing how we didn't get, we got draft agendas yesterday, and I was quite busy, and by the time I got this agenda and I was working on the ARPA reports, I haven't had a chance to read it, and I don't feel comfortable voting in favor of a piece of legislation as extensive as this without reading it closer. And I want to make sure that we get it right. I'm in favor of the concept, but I want to make sure that this legislation is right. And any questions that I have about it, I'm able to answer the question. So tonight, I would prefer to keep this in committee and allow us the opportunity to really read it and understand it before we vote on it. But I'm going to wait on my body. But I'm not going to vote to send it to council because I have not had a chance to study it, and I want to make sure we do it right. Thank you.
Is there any other speakers who would like to speak on this?
Matt,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter in the 5th
Thank
Ward.
you. I too, I echo the sentiments of the councilwoman in the 4th Ward. I did not have a chance to read this, saying that we did get a draft agenda on yesterday. And then I think the second resolution or the second ordinance on this agenda was sent to us just today. I would prefer that this stays in the legislative committee. And I think, I don't know, I think I'm going to yield the floor and let my other colleagues speak on this before I make a motion. I don't know who all need to speak, but I'll yield. Thanks.
Yes, is there any other speakers who would like to speak on this ordinance? Any other speakers that have not spoke want to speak on this ordinance? If there
Mr.
is
Chairman.
Hold on for a minute, okay? If there is none, I would like to speak, and then I'll also refer to the attorney to get out whatever you want to say so that we can wrap this up while we're moving on. But here's my thought. This is, I think, but this is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's 5 days that even if we didn't read it, we should be able to read it within 5 days. This is something that Janelle, I believe, when we was in the Dome, came and presented a couple of times, even talked about it at the Flint Public Library, or what they was trying to do. So I'm clear on what the intentions is, But before, so I won't vote to keep this here. I will hope that between now and Monday, my colleagues will be able to read this. And if by Monday y'all still not comfortable with what y'all read, we can also always send it back to committee. But if you feel like in 5 days you can't read this, you know, I mean, it may be something else going on outside of us not being able to read this ordinance by Monday. So I won't be holding this up. I'm gonna yield my time to allow the attorney to speak, because it sounds like he had something in his belly that he needed to get out, and it ain't no food. So I'm gonna yield to you, attorney, to allow you to speak and get out whatever you, we ain't say preach, we said get out what you trying to tell us so we can hear it.
Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to double back to Councilman Pfeiffer's concern about the enforcement mechanism, and like most of you, I haven't had a chance to comb tooth this, but I did go to page 12, section 24-126, and it does speak to the enforcement mechanism. So if you take a read of that, it looks like any finding would be referred to the Michigan Department of Civil Rights for their consideration. That's all. I just wanted to add that to it. It wouldn't be something that the legal department, in terms, unless you guys come up with some other language in this legislation, but reading it as it is right now, it looks like that would be the enforcement mechanism for this ordinance.
Is you finished? You finished? You sure? You don't want to wrap it up? Take up a love offering? No, I'm just playing. But, okay, so I hear my colleagues that they wasn't able to read this, and I respect that. But this is something that's been on the minds of those advocates out there like Janelle and others. Leon, I believe they had a couple of town hall meetings at the library, several, and probably at Hasselbring. They done been around in the community trying to educate the community on what it is that they was trying to do. And I have heard of people not being able to get housing due to their federal or conviction. So if there's anything that we can do as a council to lift that burden off of them and give them an opportunity, and in this resolution, in this ordinance that I'm reading, it don't say that they get preference over somebody because they was incarcerated. It's just saying that they don't want to just use that as a reason to deny somebody housing because they got, so I'm done with what I'm need to speak on. Going to the second round. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on the second round? Is there anybody else who would like to speak on the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Pfeiffer.
So, through you to the city attorney, so if we are going to refer this to the Department of Civil Rights, is that already a state law? Because they would be enforcing state law if it went to them. So, I don't understand. If this is already state law and we would be enforcing this, the Department of Civil Rights, it seems to me like.
So, under the Home Rule Act, there are certain statutes under the state of Michigan that allows cities to implement ordinances based on certain statutes. The Michigan Department of Civil Rights fall under the
So the Department of Civil Rights would enforce our ordinance even though they don't know about it?
According to the way this is written, that you asked me how was this going to be enforced, and I was just referring you to the language within the in this legislation, proposed legislation.
No, what I'm
which-
saying is, so the Department of Civil Rights is going to enforce the City of Flint's ordinance.
According to this legislation, looks like that is the enforcement mechanism.
It seemed to me like they would enforce state law. I don't know how they would have jurisdiction over a city ordinance. So you're saying that they would enforce this even though they don't necessarily know it even exists?
So I would suggest that councilmen take some time to take a look, go through this here if you have additional questions, and give us an opportunity to connect some of the dots to your questions. But based on what I'm reading in this ordinance, that's the enforcement mechanism that it speaks to. How that connects, I'll have to get back and get more information to that, to answer that question. But according to, under this ordinance, I'm sure that if the other cities in the state of Michigan, such as Detroit, Ypsilanti, Jackson, if they have this ordinance and we adopted the similar ordinance, they're enforcing it. If it's through the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, then that's the avenue that we would take. If that's the
to me, reading this, it does not say that a person cannot get turned down. They absolutely can. If they're a convicted sex offender, they can get turned down. So if you read the ordinance, it gives the certain criteria why a person. The only thing I
can't
don't
get
like
turned
is it
down.
says lifetime convicted or sex offender list. What about somebody who's on a 5 or 10 year list? They're required to rent to those people?
And that's exactly why I
Quincy.
believe council should have that debate to kind of narrow down what you think the scope should be.
Not to be cutting you off, but we at the 3-minute mark. Is there
Chair.
any other speakers that would like to speak?
Chair, Mr. Chair.
Let me allow Councilman Jarrett to speak because he's been over there quiet.
Through you, Chair, to the attorney.
Okay.
This piece of legislation we're looking at here, was it drafted in-house or was this adopted and adapted from one of those other municipalities?
Well, I wasn't the drafter of this legislation.
Okay.
So I can't tell you how it was drafted. But again, those are some very good questions that you all have. And I believe that's why, you form a debate and you decide on what you want and what you don't want. And any questions the legal can provide for you to narrow down your questions, we'll do that.
Okay. I do understand there are times where it would appear that, to use analogies, cans are being kicked down the road and that type of thing. In this instance, I'm sort of agreeing. I'm feeling like the councilwoman in the 4th ward, where I would like more time, and I also acknowledge that, between now and Monday, that's however many days, 4 or 5, what have you. But I also think if we're going to do it, we need to make sure we're doing it right, and that we have, at least for the way I have to vote, and the conscience with which I have to cast that vote, I want to make sure I go about it in a right and responsible way. So I too will not be looking to move it to council or even special affairs tonight. And I'm not going to rob anyone of additional comment, so I'm not going to make a motion here now to keep it in this committee but I think this committee is the place that it needs to be, at least for another full round of discussion after we've had additional time, as well as even our attorneys had additional times to review so that they can provide wise counsel to us. So thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. I looked at you. I forgot Judy wasn't chair, and I literally looked at Judy.
Don't worry about it.
Mr. Chair.
You get a pass this time. Don't let it happen again.
No, I'm sorry. I know. I literally looked at Judy. I forgot she wasn't chairing.
That's okay. I'm gonna charge your head and not your heart.
Thank you.
Councilman Machette and the
See, we even because councilman right there, so it works out.
Okay.
So I hear what my colleagues are saying. I hear about them saying that they haven't had time to read it or they didn't read it. There are questions for the attorney as well. So I am for us passing sensible and fair legislation. I'm also for us reading and having enough time to read the materials. And this is an instance where it's kind of difficult, and this is why we talk about having agendas set in a timely manner so that things are not held up and that we know what we're getting and what we should be looking at in a timely manner. And so Ariel? Yes. No, thank you. No. And so, with that being said, I'm trying to get a grasp of and read the room of how this is about to go before we decide if we're going to leave it in this committee or to special affairs. Because my only concern is, and the reason I will take your kicking the can down the road analogy is because colleagues will sit here and act like they have all these questions, and then we'll be 2 weeks later and those questions were never sent to whom they had the questions for or asked again. And so expecting someone to sit here, city attorney, I can't speak for you, but I will say this in my mind on your behalf, but I will say this of expecting the city attorney or whomever the administration sends to remember questions from 9 people who didn't even bother to email or ask them something, that's not fair either. So if we're going to act like, oh, I want to be better prepared and 2 weeks from now this, 2 weeks from now that, are those who claim they have additional questions going to actually send those questions, or are you going to come back in 2 weeks and ask the city attorney, you don't remember when I said this? As though the city attorney is not the city attorney or has other obligations. And so if we're asking someone to answer questions for us, then at least actually send them the questions so that they can have an opportunity to be prepared to answer something 2 weeks from now. And I say this because I don't have confidence in the fact that colleagues with questions will actually send the questions. Because I've sat here time and time again and it just didn't happen. And so now we'd be once again 2 weeks from whether this is good or bad. If it is good, we're 2 weeks from moving something that should have been moved, and now here we are asking the same questions, blaming an attorney for not remembering something we should have sent a question for. I'm done.
Okay, anybody else in the second round?
Mr. Chair.
Look, here's the deal, what we ain't about to do. No, I'm just... Councilwoman Judy Pfeiffer in the 4th Ward. What did I say? Oh, Lord have mercy. See that you got...
The only thing right about that is Judy, the P, and the 4th word. It's the only thing.
Okay, Judy.
So I didn't say I was going to have any questions, but I do want to read it, and if I do have questions, I will ask those questions. But I don't think it's, because we got it so late, I really think that it's in the best interest of the council, as well as the residents of the city, to take our time and not rush this through. So I think it deserves to stay in this committee, and I so move.
Support. Damn, I wanted to speak. I'm voting no against it.
Call for the vote.
For a vote to keep this in committee. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Is there, it was supported by
Pfeiffer.
Is the clerk down there?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
I made the motion.
The motion was made by Judy Priestley. It was seconded by Pfeiffer to support leaving this resolution ordinance in committee.
Mr. O'Alamy. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no.
This motion has been passed to leave this in committee.
You
The
guys-
next ordinance is ordinance number 240430-T, ordinance chapter 25, community development, article 1, community benefits agreement, section 25-1 to 25-7. What is the pleasure of this body?
Send to council for discussion at least.
There's a motion to send this to council. Is there a second?
Support.
It's supported by Councilwoman Mashat, and to send this to council. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
thank you.
Councilwoman Burns.
Through you to Attorney Wallace. Attorney, so this is a community benefits agreement, and I know 3 of us had asked for some guidelines. I believe Councilwoman Mashat and Councilman Murphy and myself had asked for guidelines for a community agreement. I did not get I'm just now reading it, let me say that. I got it late last night. So is this the boundaries or the guidelines for if we have a community benefit agreement? Because I was just trying to finish my reading on the other ordinance.
Okay, so what do you mean by the guidelines?
Like, so say we have a company that comes here and we're requesting a community benefit agreement. So this is giving, it looks like it's defining, and I really did not get a chance to go through because I was going over, my questions were directed to you about the last ordinance, so I could clear it up to make a decision on my vote.
And so, yeah, I understand what you're asking. So, yes, it is setting up parameters where a developer will come into the city and ask for certain benefits, or say, for instance, it speaks to a reduction in taxes or financial benefits, or reducing costs in city-owned land. They would provide a proportional benefit to the impacted community in that circumstance. I did put together a document that researched the history of community benefits ordinances and agreements. I'll send that out to the council to take a read, to kind of give you a flavor of what what that entails, and where I did some of the research were based on community benefits ordinance in Detroit, who still does that. Ypsilanti had one, but they let it sunset. Pontiac's was more specific to certain projects, so I'll send that out to the council.
So if you could share that. So is it going to be mandatory or a requirement? And it looks like there's certain tiers. So if a business comes and they're doing business with the city of Flint, then it will be a requirement to have a community benefit agreement.
That's correct.
Okay, and I haven't, and I didn't have it, so I couldn't read it. And so What about a first time? We had a first time starter. He was using his money for I think a marijuana shop on Dort Highway where the big top tent used to be. A barber shop right next door to that.
Mm-hmm.
And he was using his own funds. And so he's starting out. He may not have money. To give, to the community. I mean, is it, and I guess we have to, so is it monetary? How are we talking about, because something, say like Lear when they came, they built a, $300,000 playground as part of a community benefits agreement. So it's going to be for different tiers or how much they spend or?
Well, it depends on whether or not they're asking for a benefit from the city.
Okay, so if they're asking for
something from the city, in terms of a land transfer, below market value land transfer, or some type of financial incentive, then of course, then they would be required for them to offer something back to that impacted community in terms of community benefits. And not give you a good example, talking about a marijuana facility be better than turkeys.
He gave turkeys.
So that would be the expectation, is that it be proportional to whatever the city was to, if a developer came in and requested a benefit for their development, then they would be expected to enter into a community benefits agreement, which is a contract, enforceable contract. And it spells out in this here proposed.
What are the monetary levels for the tiers?
What are the monetary levels?
Like if I'm asking for $100 million tax abatement, it don't have that?
It would go into the tier 1. Anything above whatever that minimum amount is in tier 1. So anything above that amount for that tier, then that's where they would land in terms of the benefits.
Is there any other speakers who would like to speak on this issue?
Yes.
Yes, Fife, Councilman.
So it states the tiers of how much it doesn't say how much, unless I'm reading this wrong. So for tier 1, they have to do something for $1 million?
No, it says here.
No, I know, I think what Ms. Burns was asking is,
Where's the monetary?
how much do they have to give, $5,000? There's no value set on the benefits agreement itself.
Whatever the benefit that the developer is requesting, and it would be based on a monetary amount, because like if
monetary amount is not specified, that's my question.
And that's on purpose, because you don't know what that amount's going to be. It depends on what they're asking for. It might be $1 million property, and the developer is coming in saying, well, can I get that for $500,000? Well, I would suggest that the city would want $500,000 in that impacted community benefit, if that's an example to the level of a financial commitment from a developer.
I wholeheartedly support this. I just don't know that it's ready for prime time. I mean, it's saying that they gotta have 5 community meetings, but it only says the residents within 300 feet will be notified? Am I reading that correct?
Yeah, everything in there is correct.
So if another, Buick City came along and nobody lived within 300 feet, nobody would be notified?
So
I don't know how,
I serious 300 feet isn't that far. So, so if another Buick City came into town, I'm pretty sure.
But this
again,
this is what we have. We can't go by assumptions.
Well, again, Your question, I think, initially was what would be the amount that a developer would come in with if they're asking for a benefit. Number one, it would be proportional.
Who would be negotiating this?
Yeah, it says in here who would be negotiating. It'd be the Citywide Advisory Council along with the the city, and city residents, along with the business and community, director of business and community, development.
Can you point me to that section? Where it says who would be negotiating?
Yeah, right here. It's section 25-4. And if you go, it starts at 25.4 and then it goes on the next page after that, what the process is.
But the first paragraph, paragraph 1, it says it's going to have no fewer than 5 public meetings, but
and if you read that, it says that the Citywide Advisory Council can waive one or more of the meetings.
So the Citywide Advisory Committee would be chairing these meetings?
Along with the Director of Business and Community Services, with the developer, yes. I take it you haven't had a chance to read this?
No.
No.
Okay. So what I would suggest for both is once you read it, you'll probably get more questions. It'd probably be a good idea to forward those questions in writing to us, and then we can try to have more definitive answers, because we can go through this whole document all night and I'll be explaining
one
to you.
question
yeah.
brings another
So
one.
that would save the council a lot of time.
Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, not to be cutting y'all off, but that's your time. Anyone else would like
Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Michelle.
Thank you. So the way that this would work, as far as who would be involved. So this is put in place because when we had Ashley Capital come, there was this huge thing about them coming, and then we found out kind of after the vote that, you know, there was no community benefits agreement in place for them, or that there had no community benefit agreement has been discussed. And so this was birthed out of making sure that before it even gets brought to council, that the community has an opportunity to talk about what they feel would be a benefit for them. So the 3 miles, and that can be adjusted, but the 3 miles is for direct impact, meaning if go ahead.
300
What's
feet.
your request for information?
Not 3 miles.
Okay, 300 feet. Sorry, I misspoke. But that is for direct impact. So meaning if something is being developed, I'm going to pick an arbitrary ward, 4th Ward. So if something is being developed in the 4th Ward, what happens is that it would trigger, and depending on which tier it falls into, but it would trigger that tier. And from that tier being triggered, each council member has one member on the Citywide Advisory Council. But what would happen is, for that particular development, that ward would kind of get its own, it would become a subcommittee for that development, meaning that ward would then get 2 additional representatives that would be picked by the community in that area. So they would send in the resumes, and BSI, Business Services, would take a look, and that's how the 2 extra representatives would be chosen. And so those 2 extra representatives would work with the others that are on the Citywide Advisory Council, and they would be at the helm of that ad hoc committee, if you will, and they would decide what they think an acceptable community benefit for that area would be. That would be direct impact. And so once they come with what they think would be a good community benefit, and keep in mind there's also a way to suggest lists or suggest possible benefits if, you know, for the first round people are not sure of what could be a possible benefit. But they would get So at that point, it would technically be 11 members, even though it's still only the 9, and the ad hoc committee would be those 2. They would help lead the helm of, we've talked to the residents that are in the direct impact zone of this, and we've decided that this would be a good community benefit, or these several things would be a good community benefit, whether it's, okay, so you're asking for an abatement or taxes or whatever for X amount of years. And so for X amount of years, we think that this should be what you give the community, or for year 1, you give them this, or for year 2, you do this, you do that. So it will be tailored to what would be best for that area and the direct impact to pick that benefit. And then from there, once that's all agreed upon, it would then come before council. And council would read that agreement, and council would decide. And keep in mind, this says council has 14 days, otherwise that agreement stands. So that's also would be on council to make sure that we are doing our jobs and addressing that benefit in a timely manner. And so it would then be on council to accept the benefit or add more to the benefit or whatever it is that we're going to do with the benefit. And then once that happens, that benefit is what will be in place for whatever the amount of time the benefit says. So if it's a 1-year thing where you have to do maybe 1, 2, 3 things in a year, or maybe 1 thing in a year and then this separate thing the next year, whatever the benefit is, council would have the final approval on whatever the community agreed with the developer to have happen. Yes.
So this would happen after
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. In all due respect, I am the chair. When y'all request for information, I would like to intervene and be like, what is your request for information, instead of requesting for information and continuing to talk without you in the knowledge that I'm down here. So, hey.
She said yes. I was answering her.
It's habit.
Okay.
Habit.
All right, you can continue.
So, would this community benefit agreement come after we approved the?
No, it would be in place before we approve the development. So, like, it comes, the benefit would come.
Request for information.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So, how would that 14-day rule work when the majority of the tax abatements have to go through public hearings and notice?
Right. So I'm assuming that they would not. So what happens is it's the same way that they would come and ask. So this would be like a preliminary thing of, okay, this is what they've agreed to with the community, and should this go through and this happen, then this is the benefit that's in place with our agreement of the tax abatement.
Request for information.
What?
So we would have to approve the benefits agreement temporarily, or before we heard the hearings?
1 second. City Attorney, am I explaining that part of it correctly?
Okay, so I think I heard Councilman Pfeiffer, your question about getting approvals before it comes to the council. Is that correct?
No, and I'm speaking out of turn. No, in regards to the 14-day deadline when we have public hearings.
Okay, so in here, it specifies that the Director of Business and Community Services would do all the making sure that whatever department approvals are needed, such as zoning, those type of things, would be done in conjunction with the whole making of the community benefits agreement, the contract. And at that point, once that's all completed, then it would come to council.
Okay, so
and
I
you'd
gave you
have
the order
14
backwards.
days to vote on that.
Right. So if I'm understanding it correctly, then the agreement would come after the council approved the abatement, after we went through all the public hearings and stuff. And if the council approved, then the community benefit agreement would come at that time.
It would go into effect, and it's stated in there, and it's up to the council.
You know, that's your time. Is there any other
Mr.
person
Chair.
that have not spoke that would like to speak?
So my question is to the attorney.
Councilman Leon Element.
So through the chair to the attorney. So could some of the community benefits be like how you utilize Section 3 when when it's federal dollars and you can specifically put a package together to where if someone's coming into your community to do development and things like that, a certain percentage of people that's being hired for jobs and things has to come from that community, low-income individuals. It's a way of raising people out of poverty and so forth. So could that be, or is this something similar? Could something like that be utilized with this?
Actually, Councilman, that language is in here regarding any federal, I believe, federal and state statutes. I know it's the Title III is mentioned in here that if any monies are coming from the federal government through the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Title III, that they'd have to comply with those under this ordinance.
Okay, that's important because I was on another
That's in here.
board where that was utilized, and I seen the benefit of Flint people being on these jobs. We have a lot of development and things going on. You see a lot of people from the outside coming in, taking these jobs when it could be Flint people benefiting from that. So that's huge to have that in here.
So if you turn to section 25-6 standards, number 8, yes, speaks to that.
All right, thank you.
Well, is you done?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, is there any other, Councilwoman Judy Priestley.
Thank you.
On you.
Again, I feel the same way about this resolution as I did the previous one. We don't know enough. We're asking so many questions. What is this? What is this? We haven't had a chance to read it. And I really feel that this should stay in in legislative before it goes on. We need to understand it because once it's done, it's harder to change. Let's do it right. Let's do it right the first time. And I'm not going to make the motion. I'll let my colleagues continue to speak. But unless somebody, when we get down to the second round, I will make the motion if no one else has. I did make the motion. But I will in the second round if necessary. Go ahead.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Is there anyone else who would like to speak? If no one else would like to speak, in the first round. If there's no one else who would like to speak, I would like to speak on this. Here's my thought on both of these ordinances. Even if we pass this ordinance and moved it to council, if we moved it to council on Monday, we're not approving it in this form now. This got to go through a couple of processes. If I'm not mistaken, correct me, attorney, if I'm wrong. It got to go through first reading, second reading, and I think we got to have a public hearing. And between all of those different things, if we want to make changes, we can make changes between all of these different times that this resolution gonna come up for first reading, second reading, third reading. So my point is with the first one that we moving back to committee is we still could have moved it to council and we could have still worked on it, looked at it, read it, and made our changes as we went along. What scares me is sometimes our attentions is not always for trying to move some of the things forward in the city of Flint, and it is to hold and stall the process. I'm down with the community benefits agreement. When I first met with Ashley Capital, that was one of the things that I talked about was creating a community benefits agreement. But we didn't have this. When probably 4 or 5 years ago, me, Nair, and a busload of Flint residents went to Detroit to the Federal Reserve building, and it was real tight to get up in there. They had dogs and gates and all that. I felt like I was in the White House or something. But we did an all-day training of community benefits agreement there, and it taught us about drafting community benefits agreement and putting them in the community. I always wanted a community benefits agreement with a lot of things. The marijuana dispensaries, the medical and the recreational marijuana dispensaries, they the only ones that I really know in Flint that kind of do community benefits agreement on their own, and they got their own community benefits agreement that we agree on. So I'm down with looking at this. I'm not really sure if I want to move this and keep starting it and taking it back to council, because I done seen a lot of things come before council that we have sat on, and I'm not sure that the intentions was really to move it back to council. And I think we're cherry picking what we want to say we need time to read. Because if it was some other stuff that we really wanted to read, it wouldn't take us no 5 days to read. Now, I don't know what kind of reading some of us doing, but if we can't read these ordinances within 5 days, I don't know. Cause when you come on council, you gotta be sharp on your feet. You gotta, even if I see something now, sometimes common sense can kick in, and I'm not against people wanting to hold on. And one thing else I want to clear for this body, because I keep hearing it, is they say my integrity or my compassion or my intentions just won't allow me, or my morals or my values just won't allow me to vote this way, so I can't vote this way. So I guess what it's saying is those of us that vote a different way than some of our colleagues, because our morals may be interpreted some way, another way. I'm reading between the lines, and I know what you're saying. You're saying that your morals can't get you to...
Point of order.
Yes.
You're speaking to council motives.
I never said a name, but if the shoe fits, you can wear it. But I'm just saying, when y'all talk about compassion and morals, y'all make it seem like our morals ain't the same, or we don't have no morals or no compassion because we ain't voting your way. All of us don't agree all the time, but I be catching it when they hear. I just don't say nothing. This is my first time saying something. Thank you. I'm done. Anybody would like to speak in the second round? Yes, Councilwoman Judy Priestley.
Not everybody has time between now and Monday to read the resolution or the legislation, get their questions in writing, and get it back to us in order so that we can make an informed decision by council on Monday. I know that with my schedule in the next weekend, I cannot do that. I do not have the time. I will take the time on Sunday to do this, but by the time I email it and get a response back, it'll probably be Tuesday or Wednesday, and I'll need it by Monday. So no, I do not have time. I want to do what's right. This is a big piece of legislation. There is too much questions by this body to send this to council and discuss it there. I'm not going to do it. It needs to stay in committee where the work needs to be done. I'm tired of resolutions going to council, going back to committee, going to council, going back. Leave it where it belongs. So
Excuse me. Pause the time. What is your point of information?
Are you aware that Special Affairs is also a committee, a working committee, where we can discuss this? And if everyone did not have opportunity to read it, then we can take the necessary steps.
As I said, by the time I can get my questions answered, and by the time I get my questions out, and after thoroughly reading it and studying it, it won't be ready for Special Affairs. So I'm making a motion to keep it in legislative. And I so move.
There's a motion to keep this in legislative. Is there support? Support. There's support by Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter to keep this in legislative. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat? No. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. This will be kept in committee. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Supported by Pfeiffer. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 8
It
yes,
is,
0 no.
8 yes, 0 no. Motion to adjourn is done. Next is government ops, chaired by
The time is now 10:12 p.m. on Wednesday, September 18th. I call this Governmental Operations Committee to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett? We have 7 members present.
There are 7 members present. Are there any requests for agenda changes?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
since there is no one for public comment, can we just bypass that?
I don't know if we gotta make a motion or not, but I'm fine with that.
I think we have to go with whoever's here. I mean, and call them. Even though there's nobody here, I think we still have to go through the motions.
Does it say that somewhere? City Attorney, if there's no one, clearly no one present, do we still need to call names?
I think you would maybe make a motion.
You wanna make a motion?
She's just gonna call.
I mean, it's obvious that no one's here, but I think based on that, I would think.
All
make
right,
a motion.
thank you. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
There are no speakers at this meeting.
Perfect. Worked perfectly. All right. And
Madam Chair.
Since there is no public comment, it is now time for council response. Is there any council member that wishes to respond?
Nope.
Seeing as how there is no council member
Madam
that wishes
Chair.
to respond, I will now take a motion for the consent agenda.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
The councilwoman in the 4th Ward made a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there support?
Support.
It's been supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Are there any separations?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'd like to separate resolution 240425.
Resolution 240425 has been separated. Are there any more separations? Councilman in the 9th Ward, you have the floor. The entire agenda has been separated. Moving on to Resolution 240424-T, which is the Appointment Water System Advisory Council. Dr. Richard Sadler, what is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilwoman in the 4th Ward.
make a motion to send to council.
There's a motion on the floor to send this appointment to council. Is there a second?
Support.
It has been moved and properly seconded. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the 8th Ward, you have the floor.
So, through you to the city attorney or the city clerk, can you tell us how many people are on the Water System Advisory Council?
I don't know that number, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Clerk?
I don't know either. I can try to look it up.
Madam Clerk, are you aware, is there any residential requirements or? And are these, I see they're both in Flint, so I guess I'll retract that question. And just for the record, I'm not for or against any of these. I just want to more understand, because I don't think we've appointed anyone to the Water System Advisory Council, at least not to my recollection. Through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, are these replacements? Are these new?
Unfortunately, the way the resolution is drafted, I can't tell, and we still have limited access to our legislative system in order to research, but my assumption would be that they would be replacement. You have done, I believe this body has done their 5-member board, so my assumption would be that this is to fill a vacancy or something, but I can't research it until tomorrow.
So, Madam Clerk, is there dates that this is good for? Like, is there 3-year appointments, 2-year appointments? There's no dates on this.
This is just, from what I can recall, I believe there is no term for these appointments. I believe it's I think this was created due to the water issues, and that this is was some kind of body just that was established as long as the city has concerns for that, but without doing the research. I know the resolution used to have more of that background information, so I can see if I can find something from before and send it tomorrow. But I don't think that there's a term limit on these appointments from what I can recall.
Given that these are not necessarily complete resolutions until you do that, on the advice of never mind, I'll yield.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the first round of discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Murphy, you have the floor.
I like the resume of the first appointment, and it seemed like that kind of fit the job description. Who do the walk through you to the attorney? Who do the water this water advisory committee report to? Do they ever come and report to council to let us know where they at, what they found, you know, the problems, the solutions? Who do we get a report, an annual report, or anything on how this work out?
Councilman Murphy, I'm not aware of this particular body would report to. I can
Thank
try
you.
and find
I would
out
like
for
to
you.
make a motion to leave both of these resolutions, or this resolution. I know we separated two of them. So without any objection, I would like to keep both of these resolutions and government ops until we get some clarity on the time frame or how long the appointment is, what the purpose of this water authority, who they report to. We just got a lot of unanswered questions, and to vote on this with the unknown, because I heard about it. I think my friend Dr. B.M. Pauly is on that advisory board, but I never seen them report out to council, so we don't really know what they're doing. And I could think of some other people in the city of Flint, and I'm not saying these people ain't good, that done a lot of work around water that would be great. And I'm not saying these people ain't great, but when I looked at the second resume, I just didn't see nothing that dealt with any kind of experience having anything to do with water. And because you graduated from Northern or Central, don't make you a water expert. And I'm just saying, I'm done.
Support.
So,
I did a motion to keep these.
no, I heard your motion, but I think you thought you were still cheering because you can't order nothing without objection.
What's the argument for? No, let me have to come down there. No, I'm just playing.
So there's been a motion on the floor to leave a resolution 240424, appointment to a water system advisory council in governmental operations, and it's been supported by the councilman in the 8th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Request, point of order.
What's that?
Said both of them. Did you?
You can't do both because we already separated it. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution 240424.
No.
You can. I have another.
Oh, dang.
Another resolution.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll make the motion to leave this resolution in finance.
Support.
It's been
Not
moved.
finance.
It's
Oh,
been
my
moved to
fault,
leave
government
resolution 240425 in government ops, and it's been supported by Councilwoman in the 4th Ward. Oh, we're leaving it in committee. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That resolution stays in
Motion to
committee.
adjourn.
At 10:24 p.m., there was a motion to adjourn, and it was properly supported by
Support.
Councilman in the 3rd Ward. The councilman in the 8th Ward made the motion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
That's what you get for playing. Not correct your
That's
vote.
what you
Mr.
get.
Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yeah.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
5 yes, 2 no. At 10:24 p.m., this meeting is adjourned.
I'm out of here.
I know.
10:30.
Let me go to Central.